Nandini Rangaswamy, co-chairperson, CII, National Higher Education Council. So with this, I request Dr. Naushad Forbes to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Subhajit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this 15th edition of the CII Higher Education Summit. It's very good to see you at the beginning of the Delhi winter. I'll make three comments, and the environment for those comments is around the theme that we have for this summit of education and the future of work at a time of great disruption. No one needs to be told that we live in times of great uncertainty. And when we live in times of great uncertainty, the role that education can play is hugely beneficial. It's always a powerful force for development, but the greatest source of resilience in the long run for any society or indeed any company is the quality of human capital that the institution or the country possesses. And the human capital reflects at the level of a country, it reflects the education levels of the population and the experience levels of the population. As our CEA would know better than me, the winner of half of the Nobel Prize in Economics this year, Joel Mokyr, was awarded for his work on the Industrial Revolution in Britain. And one of the elements of the Industrial Revolution that he identified, which was distinctly his, was not just the growth of knowledge, both scientific knowledge in the heads of people rather than as something that got turned into technology, but in the heads of people, and the role of accumulated skills and knowledge in the artisanal skills of people who could go away and make things and turn the ideas that people had into reality on the ground. So all of that constitutes human capital. It's this combination, this rich combination of education that puts knowledge into the heads of people, and then the skill levels that they develop through actual experience on the time. This is where, if you ask me, the role we play in CII and the work we do in education is so powerful. Because coming to education as an industry association, we combine, if you like, that ability to bring knowledge together with the actual skill levels in the population. So that's the first point. The second point is the role of the higher education system in broader innovation in the country. We had the CII Technology Summit that began yesterday, and for those who've heard me speak about innovation in any forum, I apologize because you're going to hear this again. I talk about two of my favorite numbers, the number 5 and the number 8. The number 5 comes from investment in in-house R&D, which is, I've always argued, the key element that we need to bring about change in if we wish to see a more innovative future for us as a country. If we want to see much more innovation happen, Indian industry needs to be much more serious about innovation, and that means raising the amount that we invest in in-house R&D from the current 0.3% of GDP to 1.5% of GDP, which is the world average. That's the 5. But what's more relevant to us today is public research done in the higher education system. Public research done in the higher education system is about 0.05% of GDP in India. The world average is 0.4%. So we need to raise the amount of public research done in the higher education system by a factor of 8. So that's the 8. And that number is what should actually really be our focus as we talk about enriching our higher education system. Why is it so important to do public research in the higher education system as opposed to doing it in autonomous, independent government laboratories? The reason is talent. The key output of a higher education institution is talent. And whatever one may say about the world's great research universities and the great research that they do, at the end of the day, the impact that a higher education institution has on the world through its talent is many, many times the impact it has on the world through the output of its research. We will praise and should the research that comes out, but we shouldn't, I think, ever dilute that view that the higher education exists to produce talent for the world, talent that will go on to do great things in every walk of life. So that's the second point. The third point has to do with the higher education sector itself and the role of regulation in the higher education sector. And if you ask, for years we've been struggling in our country to regulate quality into the system. We've tried to be very prescriptive, both at the union and the state levels, in specifying what fees can be charged, what courses can be started, how many students in different fields, what the curriculum should be, what you can call a particular degree, who should make up boards, how should a chancellor be selected, how should a vice chancellor be selected, etc., etc., etc. And if I had to say, at the risk of being somewhat crass, I would say that all these attempts at regulating quality into the system have failed. So we should find another way forward. And if we want to find another way forward, I think we should rely on competition and autonomy. We should rely on autonomy for the higher education system more widely, and we should rely on competition so that educational institutes compete one with the other for students, they compete one with the other for resources, they compete one with the other for faculty, and they compete one with the other for research funding. It's through competition and autonomy that I think we can get much further in improving quality in our higher education system, which is the key challenge, as all of you would know, that the education sector faces today. So I think you're here at a very good time. You're here at a time when the new ANRF scheme is the rules are being currently formulated and announced. The ANRF scheme has two very welcome provisions. First, it's a large amount. It's 50,000 crores over a 5-year period. That can double the total amount of public research done in the higher education system. We do about 10,000 crores of public research funded in higher education today. It can double it. Second, it has two requirements. First, that you have to have an academic researcher to be eligible for funding from ANRF. That's a very welcome provision, and it's something that can really be transformative just for that purpose. And second, both academic researchers from both public and private institutions are eligible for funding under ANRF. Those two provisions are really important provisions, and we must all ensure that they don't get diluted, because there's a lot of pressure for the funding to be available for the national labs and so on, and we shouldn't let that provision of it be requiring an academic researcher to be part of the proposals to get diluted. But with those comments, let me stop. I really look forward to the remarks from our guest today. Anand Nageshwaran is, I think, not only one of our greatest economists, but he's one of the most profound thinkers on what we should be doing as a country very widely. And every year he produces an economic survey. Some economic surveys make for dull and dry reading. His economic surveys read like good books. And I really recommend reading this year's survey, and I'm looking forward to next year's survey, Anand. Second, Anil Sahasrabudhe is an old friend from Pune. I keep telling him that his main claim to fame should actually be that he was, for a long time, principal of the College of Engineering in Pune, one of our best engineering colleges, one of our 3 oldest engineering colleges in the country. And he did a huge amount to raise its standing over many years of leadership, and including restoring the name. And after that moved on to the AICTE, which he led very well for many, many years, and we look forward to his comments as well. And then my friend Nandini will now, I'll turn it over to her to give us the theme address. Thank you.
Thank you, Naushad. Dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed stakeholders from the education fraternity, industry captains, academic leaders, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, and a warm welcome to all of you. The theme we have chosen for this summit, Education 5.0, Shaping the Future of Work in the Age of Disruption. I think all of you will agree that this is a very ideal subject and topic that needs to be discussed thoroughly. Our steering committee arrived at this theme for this summit after many deliberations, recognizing that we are living in an era of unprecedented disruption and rapid advances in many technologies, especially AI, robotic, and other digital technologies, and also combined with the disruptive geopolitical uncertainties and shifting economic structures, the nature of work is getting fundamentally transformed. And we are also experiencing what we are currently calling creative economy and advanced manufacturing systems. These forces are reshaping industries, redefining careers, challenging traditional notions of education and employment. The central question before us is not whether disruption will occur, but whether our education system is prepared to lead this transformation rather than just to react to it. There is a widespread apprehension among our youth, also our faculty, and also professionals alike, that many jobs may become obsolete unless institutions and individuals continuously adapt, reskill, and remain relevant. So the NEP 2020, I'm sure all of you are aware and also practicing, provides a very bold and visionary framework to address this very challenge. It calls for a shift from rote learning to competency-based education, and from rigid silos to multidisciplinary learning, and from degree-centric approaches to lifelong learning and continuous upskilling. We all know the enrollments in our country in higher education have expanded quite tremendously, with a GER increase of about from 23% nearly 10 years ago to nearly 30% and above currently. And we are looking at a 50% GER by year 2035. So, as NEP rightly emphasizes, scale without quality and relevance cannot deliver national transformation. Nearly half our graduates are still not fully industry ready, even as a few Indian institutions feature amongst the world's top employability rankings. These islands of excellence show what is possible, but the challenge lies in replicating the same across the country in other institutions. So this summit here therefore serves as a very critical policy platform to deliberate on how we can translate the intent of the national education policy into consistent, measurable outcomes across all institutions in the country. First, I think Naushad has already touched upon research and innovation, which should become the central to the mission for all education institutions. And research in universities must not merely be teaching centers, but as hubs of knowledge creation, problem solving, and research should have societal impact. Industry-academia collaboration is very important. As you know, that ANRF is an excellent platform for us to collaborate with industry to get the necessary research funding. Pedagogical transformation is no longer optional, and Education 5.0 demands experiential learning, industry-aligned curricula, flexible credit systems, and strong integration of skills, ethics, and values. So the graduates of the future must not only be employable, but certainly adaptable. Third, faculty development is the fulcrum of this transformation. Continuous professional development is much required, and AI is a very powerful enabler for all these reforms. Digital platforms, online learning, blended learning is all very important. Our deliberations today will therefore critically examine how technology can enhance learning outcomes without compromising the academic rigor, how we can bridge the digital divide, and how online and hybrid education can earn the confidence of learners, employers, and society at large. The post-lunch session today, led by CHROs from leading corporates, will provide valuable insights into future job roles and skills demand. These insights must and should enable curriculum redesign, assessment reform, and institutional strategy, ensuring that higher education remains aligned with national and global workforce needs. A special highlight of this summit is the grand finale of the CII National Case Study Challenge, which brings forward student perspectives on building India's higher education ecosystem for global excellence by 2035. These students' ideas should remind us that success ultimately depends on how meaningfully we empower our youth. So as we deliberate during the remainder of the day, let us remain guided by a shared purpose to build a higher education system that is inclusive in access, uncompromising in quality, globally competitive in outcomes, and deeply rooted in India's developmental priorities. If we align policy, institutions, industry, and talent with clarity and conviction, India can not only prepare for the future of work, but shape it. Viksit Bharat in 2047 is surely within our grasp. I hope you all have a great day filled with a lot of takeaways, and I thank you all for being here. I thank all our sponsors for also making this program what it is today and for it to be a big success, and wishing the summit every success. Jai Hind.
Now I would request Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman NETF, to kindly address the gathering.
सभी को नमस्कार, very good morning to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, my good friend Dr. Naushad Forbes, who eloquently spoke about me, which I don't deserve. He is the head of both higher education, research, innovation as part of the CII. Co-chair Dr. Nandini Rangaswamy, and my new friend Dr. Anant Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. In the opening remarks, Dr. Naushad mentioned a couple of things, which I would like to, in a way, complement, reiterate, and also tell about what changes are happening. Number one, he talked about increasing the budget for research as part of the GDP, which is very low, which should be enhanced to at least 1.5%. Of course, it's a long way to go there. But nevertheless, he himself also mentioned about Anusandhan National Research Foundation, which has come in place as part of the DST initiative. Prime Minister himself is chairing, and a large chunk of fund is not only available for research for educational institutions in a hub and spoke model for enhancing the capacity building of some of the tier 2, tier 3 colleges and universities on one side, high-end research projects which were always finding difficulty because all the agencies earlier were restricting the funding to maximum 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore, but never in large number. And this is going to take care of that aspect as well. Secondly, he talked about issues of regulation and how vice chancellors appointed, etc., which is a fact of life that in the past there was stranglehold of the regulatory agencies. We have tried to liberate it much before even the new bill which is coming into the parliament. Prior to that, AICT itself had changed perspective in terms of how you open the colleges, what are the requirements. They were all not diluted, but very crisply mentioned so that quality of education is improved. Same was being done by UGC, but now that the new bill, which has the element of Viksit Bharat on one side and also Shiksha Anushthan, is going to create a new dimension into the regulatory framework. All other such similar agencies who were regulating will come under one umbrella. In fact, UGC, AICT, NCT will get dissolved. And so, an institution which is taking into account different types of programs they want to apply, then it's going to be a single window system where you apply and you will get the approval for all the programs, except of course medical and law which has been kept aside. So that is one other part of the regulation which has happened or is happening. So I think that is second part. The third part, he always mentions that research has to be translated, innovation has to be done so that our economy advances. And thankfully in the last 10 years, our economic advisor is there, he will tell more data. But from being 11th largest economy, we have already moved on to the 4th largest economy. And education, although is for enablement, empowerment of our students, and therefore the National Education Policy 2020, which came in as student-centric, faculty-driven policy. And therefore, student is at the center stage, and therefore the needs of the students have to be taken care of. And that is whether in terms of choice of courses, choice of programs, and if someone feels he doesn't fit into that and therefore wants to change, we had a lot of regulatory restrictions and which have been overcome by what is known as multiple entry, multiple exit, a lot of multidisciplinary education being imparted through our university system, also rooted in Indian values and ethos, and therefore Indian knowledge system is also given great prominence in our education system. And more importantly, if a student wants to do courses other than the university where a student has taken admission, there were a lot of restrictions. Even students who are going abroad for one semester for student exchange program, when they come back, equivalence of courses and so many issues used to come. So we have created a national credit framework, a framework where every credit is measured in terms of the number of learning hours rather than number of teaching hours. And therefore, every 30 hours of learning by a student, both in the classroom as part of the laboratory class or in terms of self-learning, is all taken into account as equivalent to one credit. And one can take credits from sources other than your own university. And we have created an enabling what we know as our own indigenous MOOC platform, SWAYAM. And SWAYAM has more than about 4,000 odd courses, and ranging from arts, commerce, science, engineering, management, architecture, pharmacy, law, medicine, all of them. A student from one discipline wants to take courses, some of them in any other discipline, is entitled to do that, including not only learning, but also getting evaluated and grading, and gets transferred, if possible, by the university senate into the transcript of that particular university. And to facilitate all this, we have created a unique ID based on, at the back end, of course, Aadhaar, because it is a unique ID which all citizens have. And by using it, we have created an account called as APAR ID, Automated Permanent Academic Account Registry, which is linked with Academic Bank of Credits. And each semester, whatever students does can be deposited into that account by that university. And a student, if he takes a course from SWAYAM, and then enhance the SWAYAM Plus platform where employability-oriented industry courses are also uploaded. Student is able to create his own employability, what we call as CV, and then present it to anyone, and no necessity of carrying any hard certificates or authenticated, or what we call as the officer from the government has to sign that he has seen it, etc., is not required. And by sharing the APAR ID, all the credentials of the student get shared to the person or organization, those who wish to see the CV of the candidate. I think this is a true empowerment. Apart from that, the most important part which we have observed in today's session is about Education 5.0, where we are discussing about the disruption that is taking place. We have seen earlier disruptions when the computers came in, when the nature of classroom teaching learning changed from chalk and talk to getting into what is known as OHP, then multimedia, various types of elements to internet. And today, we are all talking about AI, whether it is starting from ChatGPT to other 5-6 similar tools which have been used commonly by students and faculty. And many times, faculty get a doubt whether they will have any relevance in the classroom because students have all the information, knowledge that is required from the ChatGPT. So in this area of disruption, we must understand that this is an enabling tool. We should not be scared of that, allow students to freely make use of it for all purposes, but only with ethical means, integrity to be maintained, whether it is in terms of doing literature survey, which I remember in Indian Institute of Science library, we used to go and hunt for the journal, sit there for hours together, and still we don't get the right paper. Today, it is at your doorstep, on your computer, on your laptop, on your mobile. So I think literature survey is very important element before we start off our research. So that is one part. But new ideas also can come in. But ultimately, as pointed out by Naushad, it is the human being which is important. So whether it is in terms of honesty and integrity, whether it is factor of empathy, whether it is our own social life, I think we must be governed by our own values and principles. Although some input will come from OpenAI, ChatGPT, you must filter it out as per the needs of yours. And therefore, human intelligence will always be superior. And that is what requires to be given training to our teachers. And so a variety of means have been adopted by the government in terms of what is known as Malviya Mission Teacher Training Centers, 116 of them in different universities, where teachers are brought in both physically and in online mode to get to know about not only the national education policy, the perspective in which we are moving, plus all advances that are taking place in the technology world, making use of it in your classroom. It is not just the AI, but there are other things like augmented reality, virtual reality, extended reality. We have digital twins, metaverse. How do we incorporate that? How do we use animation and simulation tools in the classroom so that classes become interesting and students come to the class not because of the regulatory framework's rule of 75% attendance, because every class I'm going to get something new from out of my teacher. So that is the spirit with which we have to move ahead. And therefore, I'm sure all the modern tools, right from AI, and how do we make use of it has to be integrated along with all other tools which I mentioned like AR, VR, XR into the curriculum enablement, taking of the new courses, designing of the new courses, and why not students himself design one's own degree, by taking several courses together and put it up together as whatever minimum credits required for a 4-year bachelor's program, 160 credits, and say that I may be now awarded a degree, I have done all of these courses. I think we are moving in that direction. Therefore, a lot of personalized learning is gaining importance. Last but not the least, although we are talking about the future of work, today we are talking about AI and its impact. Some 90 million jobs will be lost, 170 million jobs will come in. This is what World Economic Forum has been talking about. Some other surveys say 40% of the jobs will vanish, other 30% will be transformed, only 30% jobs will remain. I think these are all statistics which we are groping in the dark. We don't know what is going to happen. And therefore, when future comes, we have to be ready. And therefore, the very famous word which Naushad used, resilience, is very, very important, and lifelong learning is going to be very important. Self-learning is important. Innovatively learning is important, and therefore choosing your own mentors, your own tools, to gather information and convert that into knowledge, and knowledge into application. Therefore, making research and innovation becomes very important aspect for all the universities and those who are in the domain of education, be it CII, NASSCOM, FICCI, but all of them have to come around, work together, and this cannot be industry-institute interaction, which we used to use for last 50 odd years, but it must be more of collaboration and partnerships. And that's why we have Dr. Robert Clark here, Warwick, who have a great idea of manufacturing hub, which is related with the educational institution itself. I think such models will have to emerge as part of the Education 5.0. The last part, which Madam Nandini mentioned, was about ranking how many institutions of India are present. In order to make our institutions both collaborative and competitive, we have started National Institutional Ranking Framework, and it has completed its 10th edition. And I'm sure it is one of the most credible rankings, not only in India, but world across, because I have seen QS and Times Higher Education ranking, and some of the metrics and some of the outputs which come in are suspect. And therefore, very transparently projecting all your information onto the website so that any other institution, if it finds that something is not right, they can raise their complaint or grievance, and that is also addressed before we announce the rankings. So it's the most transparent way of ranking system. We also have new changes that are happening in accreditation system, whether it is NBA, which is as part of the Washington Accord and International Engineering Alliance. We have moved on from 12 graduate attributes to 11 graduate attributes. And these are very important, and 2-3 important changes that have happened is about sustainability, about how do we create ethical value system of our institutions, how do we take care of our students' innovation. All of that is part of the new attributes which are assigned to the graduates. In the NAC, giving way to a new variety of change in the accreditation system. One of them is binary or basic accreditation, which is going to be launched very soon. And then subsequently for better and good and excellent institutions, what we call as maturity-based graded levels, exactly similar to what in industry CMM level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is defined. In education sector, no country in the world has done it, and we are attempting to create level 1 to 5 educational institutions with higher and higher order of expectations and then achievements or outcomes that they are able to produce. I think these are very transformative changes which are happening. On one side, a bill for Higher Education Commission. The other side, changes in the accreditation and ranking phenomena. I'm sure a number of institutions already applying and getting accredited and getting ranked globally have increased. Our number of institutes, even in QS and Times Higher Education ranking, have increased. But last but not least, ethical value system is important, and I want to insist that all our teachers be provided excellent content through our not only MMTTCs, but a new platform is going to be created, which is going to be more exciting for teachers to learn, and that is called as Guru Setu. Watch out for the outcome of that. Guru Setu is going to be very interesting and exciting content for teachers training itself. And if we do all of that, by 2047, I'm sure we will be slowly and steadily leading towards our goal of Viksit Bharat. And that is what we are looking at. I'm sure Anand has another meeting, so I'm available here after this session also. If there are any Q&A suggestions for further improvement in the processes that we are doing, I'm available at your disposal. But I must give the floor to Anand because he has to go to a very important cabinet meeting. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Now, I would request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly unveil the CII exploratory study on CSR in education, assessing impact and trends in the Indian context. So now I invite Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India, to kindly address the gathering.
My good friend, Mr. Naushad Forbes, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, and Dr. Nandini Rangaswamy, friends, ladies and gentlemen. There is a certain hazard or risk in speaking after three eminent educationists. As Mark Twain once said, all my good thoughts have been stolen by my ancestors. So I can say that all my good thoughts and points have been already enunciated very well and very clearly by all the three speakers on stage. But certain things bear repetition and reinforcement. So I will take solace in that and share some of my thoughts, which may appear to be things familiar to you because you just heard them from the three distinguished speakers on the dais. So for me, it's personally a privilege to address the 15th CII Higher Education Summit at a moment of genuine consequence for the Indian education system. Let me just make sure that I don't overshoot my time. We are meeting not merely to discuss incremental improvements, as Naushad and Professor Sahasrabudhe pointed out, but to reflect on how India prepares itself through education for a rapidly changing world. Let me begin by acknowledging the leadership of the Ministry of Human Resource Development and the Honorable Minister, who is not present here, for sustained and thoughtful attention that higher education has received in recent years. The vision articulated through the National Education Policy 2020, with its emphasis on multidisciplinary universities, academic flexibility, research orientation, and institutional autonomy, has provided with a long-awaited strategic compass. Equally important has been the Ministry's openness to dialogue with state governments, universities, industry, and global partners. In a system as large and as diverse as India's, that willingness to consult, listen, and co-create is itself a reform. It signals confidence, maturity, and trust in the ecosystem. The spirit of reform has also translated into concrete policy action. A particularly notable milestone was reached in 2023 when norms were liberalized to allow reputed foreign universities to establish campuses in India, subject to quality safeguards. This was not a routine regulatory change, it was a signal to the world and to ourselves that India is prepared to engage with global academia on its own terms. Having laid this foundation, the natural question before us now is, why now? Why is this moment, not next year, not later this decade, why is this moment the right one to reimagine India's higher education in a more ambitious way? There are four converging reasons, and it is their convergence that makes this moment special. First, India is at a demographic and economic inflection point. Over the next 2 decades, millions of young Indians will enter the working age population. Whether this demographic dividend becomes a growth accelerator or a social strain will depend in large measure on the quality, relevance, and adaptability of our higher education system. Second, global higher education landscape is being reshaped. Traditional destination countries are facing demographic slowdown, fiscal pressures, and political constraints on international students. At the same time, Asia is emerging as a center of gravity for learning, research, and innovation. India has a rare opportunity to move from being primarily a sender of students to becoming a destination for global learners and scholars. Third, technology has broken old constraints. Digital platforms, hybrid delivery models, modular credentials, which Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe spoke about, and AI-enabled pedagogy allow us to scale quality in ways that were simply not possible a decade ago. And finally, this is crucial, the groundwork for the policy has already been laid. The NEP has opened doors, regulatory thinking is evolving. What is now required is execution, institutional courage, and cooperative federalism. In other words, this is not a call for disruption without preparation. It is a call to build on the momentum that already exists. At this stage, it's important to acknowledge what has already been achieved. Academic flexibility, again something that you heard a few minutes ago, through multiple entry and exit options, credit portability and interdisciplinary pathways recognizes a basic reality. Careers are no longer linear and learning cannot be either. We have to migrate to a model of lifelong learning and lifelong earning. The renewed focus on research, innovation, and global engagement signals a shift away from rote credentialism towards knowledge creation. The global movement from prescriptive micromanagement toward outcomes-based regulation reflects growing trust in institutions. These are not small steps. They give India the credibility and the confidence to move to the next phase. The 2023 liberalization allowing foreign universities to establish campuses in India is a watershed. Permission alone is not strategy. If India is to truly internationalize higher education, three things matter. First, clarity and predictability in regulation, accreditation, degree recognition, and exit norms. Ecosystem readiness in terms of student visas, housing, campus safety, research infrastructure, and professional administration in the universities. Third, the confidence to let Indian institutions compete, collaborate, and learn, and also contribute to the learning of global peers. Similarly, not just foreign universities, but foreign students must also see India as not merely a cultural experience, but as a serious academic destination. Done well, this can raise standards, generate foreign exchange, strengthen soft power, and embed Indian universities in global research networks. There is, of course, the centrality of state governments in this endeavor that we should not forget. In higher education in general, I'm not talking only about attracting foreign universities of higher learning. This is the structural reality that we must confront calmly and constructively. Higher education in India is largely delivered by state governments or regulated by them. Most universities, colleges, faculty appointments, and administrative decisions sit at the state level. Therefore, the success of national reform depends critically on state-level action. This is not a weakness of Indian federalism. In fact, it is an opportunity if states are empowered and encouraged to lead. Let me highlight 5 areas where state governments can make a decisive difference to higher education. From control to stewardship. State governments should make the shift from control to stewardship. This means independent and professionally governed university boards, merit-based leadership appointments, academic and administrative autonomy, and accountability focused on outcomes rather than procedures. Autonomy is not abdication. It is trust combined with responsibility. Second, addressing the teacher shortage urgently. No reform is more urgent than addressing India's faculty shortage and faculty quality challenge. Vacancies remain high across state universities even as new disciplines and interdisciplinary fields emerge. This is where the concept of professors of practice become indispensable. Industry professionals, entrepreneurs, researchers, artists, public servants bring real-world knowledge into classrooms if states enable flexible appointments, recognize non-traditional career paths, and value practice-based knowledge alongside academic credentials. This is not a dilution of academic standards. It is an expansion of intellectual capital. Third, moving beyond input-based regulation. Many regulatory norms remain input-based. The size of libraries, the number of books prescribed infrastructure templates. These norms did serve as well in an earlier era when inputs were missing in the first place. Today, they run the risk of becoming anachronistic. What truly matters now is learning outcomes, research quality, graduate employability, and social impact. States can pioneer outcome-based accreditation using technology and transparent metrics without compromising academic rigor. Number 4, the entrepreneurial state, a mindset shift. Reforms also require a shift in the administrative culture. The idea of the entrepreneurial state, enunciated by Professor Mariana Mazzucato, is relevant here. It is not an ideology, it is a practice. An entrepreneurial bureaucracy encourages experimentation, accepts calculated risk, learns from failure, and rewards innovation rather than procedural compliance alone. In education in particular, this means piloting reforms, allowing differentiated institutional models, and backing leaders who try new approaches in good faith. 5, financing and differentiation. States should increasingly fund institutions based on roles and outcomes, not uniform templates. Not every institution must be a research university. Some should focus on teaching excellence, some on applied research, and some on regional development. Differentiation is not hierarchy. It is efficiency with purpose. A stronger role for industry. Industry's role as well must move beyond episodic engagement. Industry can co-design curricula, offer credit-bearing internships, support applied research, share infrastructure, that's important, and participate meaningfully in governance. The Confederation of Indian Industry is uniquely positioned to act as a bridge between universities and regional economic ecosystems. Citizens are not to be left out in this endeavor. They are co-producers of quality. They do matter. Parents, students, alumni, and communities must demand quality, value skills over mere credentials, and support institutions as public goods. A culture that respects teachers and values knowledge is as important as any policy reform. In conclusion, India is now embarked on a journey from scale to leadership. India has achieved something remarkable in higher education. As I mentioned, it is scale. The next challenge is leadership. The union government has provided vision and momentum. States hold the levers of execution. Industry and citizens are indispensable partners. If these forces align, India will not only educate its youth better, it will emerge as a global hub for learning, research, and ideas in an uncertain world. That is a goal worthy of our collective ambition. With these words, I once again thank CII for organizing this 15th Higher Education Summit, Global Higher Education Summit, and for inviting me to share my thoughts. I wish all of you a day of constructive and intellectually stimulating and policy-fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nageshwaran, for your address. Now I would request Dr. Nandini Rangaswamy to kindly deliver the concluding address.
So I'm happy to give the concluding remarks. I would like to personally thank Dr. Anantha Nageshwaran for being with us and sharing his valuable thoughts. Sir, your address was very insightful and very articulate on how the sector should be in the future. We would continue to engage with you regarding this sector in the days to come. I would also like to thank Professor Anil Shashrabudhe for being with us today, and of course he's been a visionary in the education sector, and his address was very impactful and leaves us with a lot of thoughts to process. And to the distinguished audience, the day will be full of deliberations and engagements. Your active participation in the deliberations will make all our efforts successful, and hope you will find the discussions useful. I'm also pleased to inform you that CII is launching national awards for institutional excellence in doctoral research in the year 2026, that is next year. Higher education institutions, universities can apply for these awards. So stay tuned to receive more information from the CII Secretariat. So with these few words, I would like to conclude and thank you all for giving us this opportunity at this inaugural session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rangasamy. I would request Dr. Naushad Forbes to kindly hand over a memento to Dr. Nageshwaram. Pehle photo. I request thank you, Dr. Nageshwaran, for being with us. I request Dr. Nandini Rangaswamy to hand over a memento to Professor Sahasrabudhe. I request Mr. Marut Sengupta to hand over a memento to Dr. Forbes and Dr. Rangaswamy. So with this, we formally conclude the inaugural session. We'll be starting the next session, which is on improving the quality of research through industry engagement and faculty development. So give us 2 minutes, we'll set the table, and then we invite the session chair and the panelists.
कोई नहीं, बाद में आ गया था 2 सेकंड के लिए, रिपोर्ट भी डाल दी।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the next session, session 1, on improving quality of research through faculty development and industry engagement, creating a conducive ecosystem for future workforce. I would like to invite the session chair, Professor Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Noida, to kindly come onto the dais. Professor Robin Clark, Pro Dean International, WMG, University of Warwick, to kindly come onto the dais. Dr. Anubhav Saxena, Chief R&D Officer, Pidilite Industries Limited, to kindly come onto the dais, sir. Professor Muthupandian Ashok Kumar, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, International South Asia and Middle East, Director, Melbourne Global Center, Delhi, University of Melbourne, to kindly come onto the dais. Professor Raja Angamuthu, Associate Dean, R&D, IIT Kanpur, to come onto the dais. Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, Vice President, Vellore Institute of Technology, to kindly come onto the dais. With this, I hand over the session to Professor Balvinder Shukla to deliver the initial introductory remarks and take over the session. Over to Professor Shukla.
Very good morning to all of you. I appreciate CII's efforts in creating the platform for academic leaders to deliberate on strategies for enhancing research quality, foster industry-academia collaboration, and shape a robust and impactful R&D ecosystem with more focus on quality than on quantity. India has emerged as one of the world's most active research-producing nation, ranking third globally with more than 1.6 million Scopus Index publication between January 2020 and May 2025. This expansion reflected growing research engagement across universities and institutions. While this sounds impressive, the overall impact, however, remains limited. India's H-index stood to 925 in 2024, significantly lower than the United States at 3,230, and placing India 19th globally, indicating that the influence and citation strength of Indian research remains far below the global leaders. Independent analysis also note that although India accounts for around 5% of global publications, its citation and impact indicators trail behind countries such as United States, UK, and China. These trends highlight the need to move beyond quality and focus on strengthening the quality, moving beyond the quantity and focus on strengthening the quality, influence, and global contribution of Indian research. As we march towards the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047, R&D, innovation, and futuristic workforce will remain the bedrock of our national progress. This mission will ensure that India is secure in its human capital, self-reliant on its innovation capabilities. Engagement between academia and industry is not optional. It is rather foundational. In this pursuit, one question demands our immediate attention, and that is, are we leveraging every asset available to us in India's educational ecosystem to drive excellence in research and prepare the next generation of workforce? Therefore, we need to do a lot more when it comes to imparting quality, improving the quality of research. In today's session, we would critically focus how faculty development and industry engagements are key to the improvement of quality of research in higher education. Today, we have a very distinguished panel doing excellent work in their respective areas, will be deliberating on devising the workable strategy on improving the quality of research with improved faculty development and industry engagement, both large industry and the SMEs. We have Professor Robin Clark, Pro-Dean, International, WMG, University of Warwick, Dr. Anubhav Saxena, Chief R&D Officer, Pidilite Industries, Professor Muthu Padian Ashok Kumar, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, International, University of Melbourne, Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, Vice President, Vellore Institute of Technology, and Professor Angamuthu, Associate Dean R&D, IIT Kanpur. We will get to hear from these leading Indian and international universities about their best practices. And from an industry person, how do they look at this issue and how industry, academia engagement could be improved to realize the vision of the Viksit Bharat. I would be requesting Professor Robin Clark of the University of Warwick on how they engage with the industry in driving research in their university and what practices do they adopt for the development of their faculty strength. And after the presentation from Professor Clark, we will have the panel discussion. I'm sure this session will bring out a lot of new thoughts for all of us to engage in the industry academia engagement to bringing that vision. May I now invite Professor Clark for his insight. Over to you, Professor Clark.
You want to use it on the keyboard? Okay. Namaste and good morning, colleagues and friends. It's a real pleasure to be here in Delhi. I so often welcome delegations from CII to WMG. It's nice to be able to return the compliment and come and see you in your own country. I'd like to thank Dr. Forbes for the invitation to come and share my thoughts with you today. And also I'd like to thank Subhajit, who's kept me on the straight and narrow over the last few months to make sure I got here in one piece. And I'd also like to acknowledge the distinguished panel that I'm part of. I think we're going to hear some great thoughts today, a very illustrious, creative and experienced group of people. Say a little bit about myself. I'm currently the Pro-Dean International for WMG, that stands for Warwick Manufacturing Group, at the University of Warwick. In July of this year, I finished my 5-year term as Dean, and now I have the opportunity to focus on our international work, which is a real privilege for me because I made that one of my objectives during my deanship. You'll see on the screen there my opening slide, and I've used two very important words, relevant and impactful. I'm not going to say anything about them at this particular point, but hopefully as I go through my presentation, you'll understand why I think they are so important. And if you're anything like me, after listening to that inaugural session, your head is most probably buzzing with so many questions, ideas, thoughts, that we really are going to have a very positive conversation, I'm sure, during the rest of today. So, just for those of you that don't know, and I won't dwell on this, WMG is an academic department of the University of Warwick. It was founded 45 years ago by a very visionary gentleman, Professor Lord Kumar Bhattacharya, And he had a vision that a university department should not just be about academic publications and doing research that you perhaps weren't sure where it was going to go. It was about creating a department where the application was front and centre, whether that was with respect to the education of individuals or whether that was due to the research that you were doing. What they were going to be doing beyond the walls of the university was really the important driving force for him. And we are now the largest department at the University of Warwick, pretty much in terms of finance, in terms of staff, in terms of the amount of area that we cover on the Warwick campus. As you might imagine, our core business is research and education, and I think aligned with what we've already heard this morning, I think you'll see that that strapline at the top is very much a central tenet of what we're talking about today. Research with impact and education for life. I won't go into the detail on this slide, but you can see basically how we're structured. On the research side, it's around particular research themes, and on the education side, it's more around the pathway that people would take with respect to their educational journey. And I'll say a little bit more about that as I move through my presentation. But I think the important thing here is that we see ourselves as central and part of a bigger ecosystem. So yes, we're an academic department, we're part of the University of Warwick, but allied to that, we also are part of a wider academic community, both within the UK and globally. We also interact clearly with industry, because that's what I'm here to talk to you about. We have some other important aspects that are part of that ecosystem as well. One you will see there that says Catapult Network. Several years ago, the UK government had the foresight to think about key areas that it wanted to be at the forefront of. One of those was advanced manufacturing. And what they did was they set up a series of networks involving different universities and industry. And what they did was ensure that those networks would receive a base funding each year. So that was very important because it allowed institutions to plan. But institutions then were expected to not only use that funding, but then to draw funding in from industry and from other research opportunities they might find through the government. The point being that with that three-way split, you actually have an opportunity to create some stability in the system and think about long-term planning. Clearly as well, if you're going to create an ecosystem that's going to deliver, you need to be connected to government, so you need to be understanding their thinking and influencing their thinking. So we have a unit within the department that is absolutely focused, laser sharp on policy and how we can engage with politicians, both regionally and nationally. And of course, funding is the thing that makes all of that work. So our purpose, as you can see on the screen, to deliver technologies, knowledge and people needed by the industries of today, but also more importantly, and the subject of our meeting here, the future. And I want to just highlight 4 words, the approach that we've used over the last 45 years. And those 4 words you can see at the bottom there. Firstly, we need to listen as an academic department. We need to listen to the people that we want to work with. We need to then take that listening and understand it. So go back, sense check, make sure we've got the full understanding of what is being asked of us and how we can contribute. We then need to go back with a proposal. We need to think about what it is we can offer, what's within our skill set. Do we need to bring other partners into that? That's where something like the Catapult Network can be very, very valuable. And ultimately, we need to deliver. And if we get those 4 things right, as the core of the way we approach things, then we can hopefully be successful. And that's where, if we come back to those two words I used, relevant and impactful. By listening and understanding, we're ensuring the relevance of the work we do, whether that's the research or whether that's related to education. And impactful is because we've then sense-checked that and delivered. Perhaps quite simply, that's the model we use. The central triangle has the areas that we focus on with respect to our technologies and our themes. And ultimately what we're doing is we're thinking about what are the drivers out there, what's causing us to need to be involved in a piece of work. We then translate that into the requirements, we do what we do, and you can see across the bottom, that's across the technology readiness levels, the whole spectrum. So sometimes we're doing basic research, sometimes we're doing very applied work. And then ultimately, we produce outcomes, and that has the intention, impact on the clients that we work with and the society that we're part of. We were very honoured a couple of months ago to be the winners of the Royal Academy of Engineering's 2025 Lord Bhattacharya Award. Now this award is an award that is given for industry academia partnerships that really show impact and longevity. And you can see two very visionary people on that slide there who were the instigators of the relationship over 30 years ago when Mr. Tata spoke to Lord Bhattacharya about the first vehicles that Tata Motors were thinking about delivering. And with that, I'd just like to play a short video for you. Is it going to work? Well, perhaps I won't play a short video for you. Can I suggest that, in the interest of time and out of respect to the other panel members, what we'll do is we'll try and get that working if we can for later on in the day, and we can show you a little later. What the video shows, it was prepared for the award. What the video shows is the extent of the relationship that we've had with Tata over many years, both in terms of automotive, in terms of steel, in terms of other parts of the Tata business. Now, it's good that we did that, but it's sometimes easier to work with large corporations as a university. And it's not always so easy to find ways to work with small, medium-sized companies. So if we can take what I've just said to you and the video as the experience of working with a large company, if we then think about small companies, how do we do that? Well, small companies, firstly, it's difficult for them to engage with a university. They often don't know how to do it. So we have a team that actually reaches out and again, listens, understands. Oh, sorry, don't worry. I want to have the discussion, so I think we'll move on. They listen, they understand, and then they go back with proposals. And ultimately, what we're able to do is have an impact. And it might be a lot smaller than some of the numbers you might see with a large corporation. But for that business, it's really, really important and valuable. Here are some numbers here that just show over the last 20 years how we have impacted, primarily within the West Midlands region of the UK where we're located, the sorts of numbers that we can post as a consequence of our work with small, medium-sized companies. So for every £1 invested, between £8 and £22 back to the local economy. New businesses, internships, and job creation. We can talk about research, and research is often the starting point, but we also need to think about how that research can then be implemented within organisations. And this is where I think what we were hearing in the previous session is really so important and something we take very, very seriously. And that is that we're not now thinking about the award of degrees as the sole focus of our role as a higher education institution. We need to think about the multiplicity of ways that we can develop the talent that is going to deliver what it is that industry needs. And so one of the things that we've done recently is set up something that we've called the WMG Skills Centre, where we offer a range of courses that focus on that spectrum at the bottom of the slide there around creating awareness, around creating foundational knowledge, helping people to be practitioners, and then potentially experts. And that could be across the whole spectrum of people within an organisation, from technician level all the way up to senior leadership. So I think the point I really wanted to share with you today is that by considering those 4 words that I presented to you earlier, what we've been able to do over the last 45 years is really create a DNA within our organisation that focuses on collaboration, on co-creation, and ultimately on impact. And it's really important that you see all the different parts of your organisation as connected. We can't think in silos. We have to think about how they can be viewed as a system in their own right, bringing together policy, research, and education. That way, we can leverage the capabilities, we can then develop the staff that we need, and create an organisation that will deliver. We very much have a business mindset in the way we go about things. So yes, we do need to deliver papers that are going to have high impact. We need to be able to bring in research funding. But I think what we do within our organisation is create a group of people, a community that are somewhat more selfless and much more team-oriented than you might find in other higher education institutions. That way, what we're actually doing is we're getting the best out of people and then ultimately being able to deliver. And with that as well, it's not just about academics who are doing research and teaching. We actually also have engineers, project managers, all part of the same ecosystem to allow us to be able to function and ultimately deliver. So to conclude, I think the thing is to take a holistic view, consider what you want to achieve as an organisation and the individuals that you need within the organisation to enable that to happen. Then what we've done and we've learned, continuous improvement has been fundamental over the 45 years. Organise for success, so we develop our capabilities and the infrastructure. Those elements that I mentioned earlier, and with that, hopefully, we will be able to deliver the quality that is needed. And by quality here, those 2 words on the first slide are what I'm really thinking about. Relevance to solve problems and capitalise on opportunities, and something that's impactful. There are challenges, there are numerous challenges, but if we work together and we continue to consider the sort of environment that we work in and discuss as we are today, then I think we'll overcome those challenges. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Professor Clark for very insightful presentation. And now we will move for the panel discussion. I have a first question to Dr. Anubhav Saxena. To you, what according to you is, lacking in the quality of research in the institution, Indian institution, compared to the international institution as you are engaged with many of them? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shukla, and good morning to everyone. I think before I answer, I just want to understand the audience. How many of you from the industry? Okay. So primarily, I think a lot many from the academia. So I think quality of research in India is improving significantly over the period of time. In last 10 years, I think the numbers of publications is continuously increasing. I think we are number 3 now. I think you look at all the metrics. But the question we should ask, whether research is helping us solving the today's problems, whether research will be helping us, right, taking our journey to Viksit Bharat 2047. If you ask some of those questions, then yes, still work in the progress. We have made obviously some steps. However, from my point, the 3 things which we should clearly continue to improve on if I compare India versus some of the developed economies, whether you go to east or you go to west, right? And one of the things which is very common is the partnership with the industry. And I thought still understanding about the way of working between industry and academia is still not there. There are some examples where individuals or individual departments or a particular institutes, they have started moving and hence we have started seeing some success. However, there is still work in progress. If we know the way of working, obviously, because in industry, I think everyone knows speed matters a lot, right? Speed and scale, these are the 2 important things. And in our experiences, and I'm talking on behalf of my fellow industry individuals from different segments, when they reaches out to academia, there's always like a dilemma between the quality output within the timeline decided, right? So that's the first one. The second one is more about proactive collaboration to bridge skill sets and the capability gap which we have in the academia. What I mean was, I think this is linked with the first one. If the skill set and the capabilities are not there, then the quality output will also not be there. And how to leverage the skill? I think that typically academia think for the better way to engage, they come to industry, they say, give us a project. And I think a lot of data is there which talk about the Indian industry. They don't invest much in the academia. However, I have worked in the MNCs. I worked with the GE earlier, and I'm working now with the Pidilite, which is again one of the India's the fastest growing Indian MNC. I think money is not a problem, but it's more about the confidence, whether if we give a project to academia, they will be able to do it in a defined timeline with a defined output. Versus if you give it to like the Fraunhofer, or if you give it to Max Planck, or if you give it to universities in Singapore, that level of thing. And the last, but not the least, I think the whole talent mobility. I think this also is a very well established in East and West part of the world. While India, I think KKH, karna kya hai, is clear now, whether it's a new education policy, we have a professor of practice, right? There are many more engagement in the NEP, like the skill building courses, etc. are there. I think in your MIT, I think there's a very specific courses for industry like MTech in EV. But however, how many institutes are really having professors of practice, right? And whoever is having it, like IIT Bombay, IIT Chennai, they are ahead, right, versus others. So it's more about how we institutionalize some of these initiatives which are already there, and how can we leverage broadly, and that will help building the capabilities and the bridging the skill set.
Thank you very much. And now I will move to Professor M. Ashok Kumar. The question to you. How does the University of Melbourne engage with the industry on the research collaboration?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. I'm from the University of Melbourne. Just briefly, University of Melbourne is ranked number 1 in Australia and globally 19 based on the QS ranking. It is one of the oldest universities in Australia, established in 1853. So what we do at the University of Melbourne is we have a number of different initiatives to promote research collaboration between industry and academics. And we do have some internal mechanism and external mechanism. So I will just kind of highlight some of those. If you need some clarity, I'm happy to discuss that during the break. So first thing that we do is internally, we appoint what we call business development directors, who are professional people who have experience in industry engagement. And also we have what we call enterprise professors who are from the industry. So what they do is they basically go and talk to relevant academics, try to identify what they do and identify the relevant industries, and then initiate some conversation leading into funding and further research and commercialization. And the other thing that we do is there are a couple of different programs called TRAM and MAP. TRAM is Transnational Research at Melbourne. So what they do is, again, for those academics who are interested in translational research, they try to run some boot camps and also some training programs. Same with the Melbourne Accelerator program, where we have some mentorship available for not only academics, but also for students. So all these mechanisms help us, the academics, to do some translational research, leading to IP development and also commercialization opportunities. Sometimes we do some basic research, but we may not be at the right TRL level. Then again, university provides what we call proof of concept funding to do the next level research in terms of pilot scale and develop that as a high level TRL so that it can be commercialized in collaboration with industries. Both federal government and also state government in Australia, they have different programs that we can apply for funding in collaboration with industries. Two major programs are linkage grants, where the industry needs to put 30% funding and the university needs to put a little bit of funding, and then the rest of the funding comes from government. We also have industry transformation research program, where we can get up to $5 million research grants. Again, 30% cash needs to come from the industry, and then we work towards the industry problems. The other thing, as academics, we also always have some performance development based on academic performance. So if someone has, say, 100 research papers in high-level journals, the same achievement cannot be made by some academics who are working towards industry projects. So the performance development program or the procedure has been changed so that if someone is engaging with an industry, he is equally treated as someone having a nature paper or a science paper. So through these kind of mechanisms, we support academics for their engagement or to do some translational research. We do have, here most of the institutions have research parks. We do have what we call Melbourne Connect, where industries can establish their lab, work with our academics to develop some products or new IP and other things. So this is, in short, I have given an overview of what the University of Melbourne does for promoting industry research or applied research by the academics. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now I move to Professor Shekhar Vishwanathan. How does your university engage with industry on research collaborations?
Thank you, madam. Good morning to all of you. I'm sitting between two giants, University of Warwick and University of Melbourne, from developed nations. I'm like India, just born, 42 years old. Of course, from India, many of the institutions have a lot of catching up to do, and a lot of learning to do from developed nations when it comes to collaboration with industries, especially for the research aspect. So the biggest challenge an institution in India faces is the lack of funding for research, especially right now. If you look at the private institutions, we are primarily dependent on the tuition fee revenue to fund our research projects. But thanks to the new education policy and the ANRF, now the private institutions are going to be treated at par with the government institutions like IITs for funding. And I'm hoping that what is started as just 0.6% of our GDP spent on R&D would go up to at least 1.6 or 1.8, which is the world average. And institutions like ours, which deserve much more funding from the government for research, will happen. So the other aspect is we are working with the industries, as Dr. Saxena correctly pointed out. It is the confidence building measure which we are embarking on, where we have a lot of talent in the institution, but it's not properly exposed to the industry. So we are taking baby steps where we go to the industry, ask them what problem we can solve by telling them what kind of talent we have in that expert area, and that is already happening. So right now, if you look at VIT, we have centers established by big companies like Samsung or Danfoss or Valeo, and Indian origin MNCs also, like Rane, Johnson Controls. So there are many such labs or centers being established by the industry where, for example, Samsung throws open many of their problem statements to our community. So both faculty and students actively take up those problems and solve them. And we have appointed many of professors of practice from the industry to come and teach at VIT. And we are also working on encouraging a lot of startups with the guidance from industry. We conduct a lot of hackathon events where industry experts are the judges for the student projects. So that gives a good exposure of what kind of talent we have in the university. So we take many such initiatives where originally we have been focusing only on academic outcome, research outcome, where paper publications were very important, but the scenario has changed in the recent past where we are focusing more on patents and applied research rather than just blue sky research. I'll stop here and then we'll come back to more points. Thank you.
Thank you. So may Professor Angamuthu, may I ask you, because IIT Kanpur is very well known for its research. So as a premier institution in the country, what practices as you follow while engaging with the industry for the research collaboration?
So, thank you, ma'am. Even before starting, I will tell two things, two questions being asked in any ministry in recent days whenever we go for any kind of communications. First thing is, see, as one of the premier institutes, we want to know 4 or 5 things that was given by this institute to the country that disrupted the common life of people. And then the second thing they ask, when we see any premier application, for example, ISRO or any place, and they say, we don't see anybody from IITs, they are from second tier and third tier institutes. So this really bothers us. So our present director, Professor Manindra Agarwal, he changed few basic things in the campus. One is that the promotion policy was changed. IIT Kanpur was always a policy-making entity. The promotion policy was changed that if somebody is doing the fundamental research, which was always developing the human resource, they can get promoted through that. That is publishing paper, getting funding from the industries or sponsored agencies from government. And second thing is, if somebody is doing translational research, they can get promoted based on that. And the third most important thing is, if somebody is introducing new ways of teaching, because now students don't expect too much from teachers in the classroom. They know everything basically from the internet, ChatGPT, but we have to give them more. They are hungry for more. So if somebody is introducing something very disrupting in the teaching, then they can get promoted through that. This gives a lot of freedom for the faculty members to do anything that they are interested in. So that is one thing. And second thing is, the private industries such as Pidilite or any government industries or even sponsoring agencies, they know how to communicate with the higher education institutes. They can directly come to research and development office, and then they will give their problems, and then we try to give their answers according to the timeline, everything. The biggest manufacturing capacity relies on the unorganized sectors in the country. For example, IIT Kanpur being in UP, it wants to tap a lot of potential for manufacturing improvement. So what we did, we have initiated a new office called Interface Office for Technology and Applications. Through that, we go outside. We go to every district, we meet the DM, we meet the local industries, and then we ask them, what kind of technological improvement you need? You just tell us, we will work on that, and then we will try to help. So I will give you just two examples. One is the farmers were going haywire to test their soil every time after completing the harvesting. They have to take their sample, they have to go to the district headquarters or some laboratories, and then they have to wait for 2-3 weeks to get the results, and then they will know what kind of fertilizers they have to use for the next crop. But now IIT Kanpur developed a small equipment which is of the source box size, which can be bought for 500 to 1,000 rupees, or it can be rented for 150 rupees. It can be taken to the field. They just have to put the soil. Within 2 minutes, it gives the list of fertilizers what they have to use for the next one. Based on that, we have got the Industry Academy Award in the last week from the CII. And the second thing is that, so this is one very big example how we are working with industry and academia. So I will answer more later.
Thank you. Now to you, Professor Robin Clark. What does research quality mean to University of Warwick?
Obviously, academically rigorous and evidenced, but I think, as you saw from my presentation, relevant and impactful. And I think that creates for us some differences with our colleagues in different departments in the university, because they perhaps wouldn't focus on it in exactly the same way. But I think when we think about it in the context of Education 5.0, I think the idea of relevant and impactful research is going to become increasingly important. But I think that there are some tensions. We've heard the word rankings once or twice today, and I would challenge our community and say, do rankings actually help us to do relevant and impactful research? Do our promotion pathways within our institutions help us to do relevant and impactful research? I think we've got some soul searching to do as a community to ask ourselves if we want to really embrace the idea of Education 5.0, deal with this dynamic world that we're in, the needs of a workforce that is going to need an awful lot of support and help and guidance and leadership from us. We've actually got to change some of the things that we've been wedded to for a very, very long time. And I think that is perhaps one of the challenges. We can talk about a lot of these high-level concepts and ideas, but what does it mean within our institutions, within our relationships with our industrial clients, that's going to actually make it work and we can actually deliver?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will again come back to you, Dr. Saxena. Do you think it is important to improve the quality of research and the criticality of the faculty, quality improvement and industry engagement for the institution?
So the first one is very clear, of course, yes. I think if we continue to be working towards the industry engagement, the quality of research, obviously our journey for developed nation can't be done without it. So it's a big yes. For the second question, I think since in India a lot of people understand cricket, and my fellow panelists, one is from UK, another one from Australia, so they will also understand. Say, in the institutes, you must figure out who can play T20 and who are your test match players. If we continue to ask test match players to work with the industry, where the speed and agility is very, very important, to figure out who are your T20 players, which are the professors, which are the academicians who will relate with the industry. So that's my first point. And once you identify that, obviously we have to work towards the skill building, whether the industry relevant courses, right, for the industry and also industry relevant skills, right, whether it's intellectual property management, whether it's related to manufacturing, related to patentability, related to many other things which are important for the industry. And last, and the way I think my fellow panelists from IIT Kanpur was talking about, I think it's important to calling out COEs based on department, based on institutes, which are known, well known within the region and within the country, so that they can solve some of the industry problem, society problem proactively. I think those are my 3 points if we continue to enhance the capability and drive the engagement.
Yeah, thank you very much. May I request Professor M. Ashok Kumar, what kind of initiative does your university take for the faculty exposure and development to ensure high standards of research quality in the university? Could you please be brief, because time is just running, so I want to ask everybody one question.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you, madam. I'll be very brief. I think the first part, if you want to have quality research, is to recruit the right people at the beginning. So if you have the right academics recruited through the right process, then that's a really good start for quality research. Not only that, you have to recruit the right people, you have to support them by providing appropriate research grants and students and postdocs kind of things. So supporting them continually for achieving what they want to achieve is critical. And also for junior staff members, if you have senior successful academics, they can do mentorship, that's critical. And also the quality and impact rather than quantity, that's critical. You know, early days, majority of us will be looking at a number of papers and a number of grants, but now I think the world is moving towards quality and impact. The other thing that you have to realize is impact takes some time. For example, one of my colleagues got a Nobel Prize for chemistry who worked on the MOF, metal organic framework. He got his work recognized by Nobel Prize after 35 years. So impact takes some time, and that everyone needs to understand that part. Thank you.
Great, thank you. May I ask Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, what kind of initiative does the VIT takes for the faculty exposure and development to ensure high standards of research quality in the university?
So I think we conduct industry conclaves, so where we, for each of our schools, each of our areas, where we expose the industries to the faculty and then faculty to the industry. So we periodically organize such events, and during those events we exhibit our student projects and the research facilities we have. So this gives a good connect between the industry and faculty. And the other thing we do is we also, I think our faculty lack good marketing skills, if I may. So we have appointed a good tech transfer office and other officers who would help the faculty to, how to interact with the industry, market their potential, etc. I think technology-wise, we have very good talent. It's just that they require that end marketing skills which we are helping them with. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Professor Raja Angamuthu, again back to you. What unique activities do you do in your institution which ensures the high quality research and for the enhancing the faculty standards?
So like I said partially before, that we are giving complete freedom for faculty members to play in the way they want. So that is first thing. And second thing, I am nowadays in India, it is becoming lesser and lesser problem to get funding for great proposals. And the most important thing which we are working is that attracting the best talents to come into, because at the end of the day, the professor needs the best student to work in the lab. And we are going to hit a big problem in the country because we are thinking about enhancing everything, including the GDP percentage increasing in the higher education. But the feeding factor, which is higher, the high school and colleges and PG, that they have to be strengthened in a big way in many states, because some states they have invested past 50, 60 years, they are enjoying now. The other states, they have to work on that. So that will allow the faculty members to get great students to work on great research. Otherwise, the other problems are solved in the country right now.
Great. Back to you, Professor Clark. What do you think we can learn from the experience of WMG over the last 45 years?
I think first and foremost, if you want to create an organization that's aligned with the ideas behind Education 5.0, that it isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to take time. You've got to create that DNA within your organization. What we've created at Warwick is for us in our context. Here in India and in your different parts of the country, you may well decide it's different, but you need that DNA. You've got to think about creating a community of people who think about this holistically. So they're not going to be necessarily competing with each other. They're going to work together. So it will be collaborative. And to be quite honest with you, within higher education, some academics won't thrive in that sort of environment. It's not something that you can force on people. So think about the people that you recruit. And you've talked about professors of practice. We have engineers, project managers. These are all really, really good, important steps. Have that business mindset. And with that, hopefully, you'll be able to drive forward and start to do the things that you need to do. And I haven't really mentioned technology or AI, but I will just say a quick word. Embrace it. It's a fact of life. We need to think about it positively. We need to be entrepreneurial. We need to think how we can make good use of it, what the impact's going to be on the people in the workplace. So, start figuring out how we can do things, but do things with that integrity, with that mindset that quality is really important.
Thank you.
We can take one or two questions. Any questions from the audience?
I'm Professor Vikas Gupta, Professor and Research Head of the Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal. Though Professor Angamuthu has already, defined certain parameters related to the promotions, but my question is quite curious to ask from Dr. Anubhav. My question is, sir, that India's research output is growing rapidly. We all understand this thing. Yet the gap in global research implicit remains significant. Now my question is, how can universities structurally embed long-term industry-driven research agendas into faculty appraisal and promotion systems without compromising academic freedom and fundamental research? especially when the question is of the scientific researches where lots of funds are available, and the social science researches where we struggle for the funds.
Yeah, so I think in my opinion, if you want to engage with the industry, right, especially tier 2 and tier 3, start engaging more informally, right? What will happen once you do informal is it can be like a invite them, they can be part of the curriculum teaching, right? Some of the portion can be taught by the industry folks. That's one way. Second is joint projects, where the master's project, even the PhD, joint PhDs, right? Even if you look at the other part of the world, even in the joint publications. So these are all the informal way to connect. What will happen in informal way? If you like, typically if you ask that, okay, we want to, industry can fund PhD and we need 10 lakhs rupees. Probably people will not do it. Till the time it's a established ecosystem where we know that, okay, right, which Professor Raja was talking about the example, where Professor Jain established that ecosystem, then obviously people will come naturally and say, okay, please do it more for us, right? So that ecosystem, how it will be built? It will build once you know more how the industry operates. And that's the way the more informal setting will, the best example is ISRO, right? I think just Professor were talking about ISRO example, right? There's quite a bit of informal setting with the tier 2 or tier 3 institute in the area in Thiruvananthapuram, and they were doing a lot of internship with ISRO, right? So it's not like best-in-class talent is available, but then the ecosystem being built, capability, understanding way of working was established, right? So does it answer your question? Or? Okay, thanks. I think there was one more question over here. Yeah, go ahead. I think the mic.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'm Sunita Ratan from Amity University. My question is again to Dr. Anubhav only, that you said that when industry gives project to the academia, there are trust and relevance issue, outcome of the relevance. So why can't we go the other way around, that if the industry has got some issues, some problems, they publish it and they call for the projects, we submit the projects as per their requirement, and then they can shortlist, and I think that will solve the problem of the outcome or the relevant outcome to the industry. Thank you.
That's a great thought, and in that direction already PSA office is working on, right? I forget the name of the platform, Manthan, I think, right? So where a lot of industry-related projects are already there, and academias are reaching out and connecting the dots, and so that work is already being done, and it's in, obviously I think the other will also pick it up from there.
Thank you so much, sir.
I think there are a lot of questions are there, but shortage of time. Okay, so.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rafia, and I represent Masters Union. I look after the learning and development vertical. A quick question, and anybody from the panel can answer it. It's around faculty development. How can Indian universities redesign faculty development frameworks so that industry-engaged research is rewarded academically without diluting rigor or compromising the publication quality? Thank you.
Anybody?
Yeah, I think it's $1 million question. Having academic excellence and industry engagement, they're two different poles. I don't think every academic will have, the desire to work on both sides. I think either you work on the academic excellence part where you publish papers in Nature Science, or you work with industries and develop your IP and commercialization processes. Compromising these two, it's not an easy thing, but it is an individual preference. So, for example, I have interest in both sides. but also you are pushed by the government sometimes that you have to get your grant, research grant from industry rather than academic research. So it is a difficult process. Someone needs to compromise, institutions need to compromise. I think someone made a comment earlier that maybe the inaugural session, you can drive some academics for academic excellence, some people who are interested in industry. So within the institution, you can get that balance done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering that question candidly. Thank you.
I would just add to that. It's very important for the higher education institution to give that choice for their development. And the best development can happen if the faculty goes out, interact with the peers, the industry people, and exchange the ideas, in addition to organizing the conferences within the institution. Because when peer-to-peer discussion happens and with the discussion happen with the industry, something good always comes, that what are the industry trends are there, what are the needs are there, and that's very important. At Amity, we very liberally, allow our faculty, even here about 21 faculty are sitting, just to learn that how the industry academia engagement can take place, because this learning is very important. And so more you can learn from our university, because we have put up the stall here. So as we come to the, to the end of this enlightening panel discussion, I would like to take a moment to summarize the very takeaways from our engaging conversation. Our discussion has highlighted the need for Indian institutions to focus on quality over quantity in research, and the critical role that faculty development and industry engagement play in achieving the goal. We have heard from our distinguished panelists about the importance of collaboration, innovation and relevance in the research, and the need for institutions to create an ecosystem that fosters excellence. The insights shared by our panelists have underscored the importance of research, and I'm sure that all the participants who are sitting, they will be, while networking with each other, will foster the collaborations, at least initiate the discussions, which may lead to the outcome-based collaboration in times to come. We at Amity, we focused right from the beginning, the research collaborations. We set up the IPR cell, we have set up the technology transfer, we set up the R&D cells, and collaborated with the industries to set up the centers of excellence, and which have led not only for the skill development of the researchers, the students, but also led to the product development. And I'm sure that it is the right time when the academic institution and industry foster the strong collaboration to realize the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. With this, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists as well as to the audience for giving the attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shukla. I would request all the panelists to stand in front for a group photo, followed by handing over mementos by the chair to the panelist. Thank you. I request Professor Shukla to hand over mementos to the esteemed panelists. I'll give it to you.
I request Mr. Shubhajit to hand over the memento to Professor Shukla.
be starting the next session immediately. Give us 2 minutes to do the setup. And then we'll invite the panelists and as well as the session chair to the dais. I request delegates to kindly remain still seated inside the hall.
आप फोटो देंगे ना इवेंट के बाद इवेंट के मैडम की तरफ से सर आप सीआई की साइड से हैं ना हाँ एक बार इस वाले की फ़ोटो ले लीजिएगा अलग से भी लगा हुआ है इसको थोड़ा सा ना चेयर पर भी ये बोर्ड वाला स्लाइड का इसका भी ले लेना फ़ोटो फिर हट जाएगा स्लाइड
आ जाएगा इसमें आ जाएगा ना जो मतलब ये माइक रख लीजिए खुद ही ऑफ कर दो ऑफ कर दो माइक ऑफ ठीक है ऑफ तो कर दो ऑफ नहीं होता
Hello. I request delegates to be kindly seated. We'll be starting the next session now. I request Dr. Neha Barlia to kindly come onto the stage. I request Professor Anand Ramamurthy to kindly come onto the stage. Professor Anand Ramamurthy, Professor Dhanya Siti, Dean Academics, to kindly come onto the stage. Mr. Bodhisattva Mukherjee, kindly come onto the stage. Dr. T.G. Vijay, to kindly come onto the stage. We will be starting the next session. I request the delegates to kindly take their respective seats. So she has corrected. I request delegates to kindly be seated. We are starting the next session. I request Dr. Neha Barlia to deliver introductory remarks followed by panel discussion. Over to Dr. Barlia.
So very good morning, everyone. I think the topic, what we're discussing, even in the last session, this is a similar topic, but I don't think we can discuss enough of it. So I belong to a family business. I handle the education for APJ Education. We are a very old group. And I think these challenges that we face, both from the industry standpoint, as well as from academia. So I was just thinking aloud, the topic is industry readiness gap. And this is very relevant today. In fact, we've been doing these surveys for our students. And today, instead of asking kaun sa brand hai, where we are, the students are asking, what is my CTC? What is my employability? Where am I going to go? And I felt this is a huge change from what it used to be. Earlier, it used to be like, oh, how is the professor going to teach? Am I enjoying the class or not? Today, people don't care that much about how the teaching and learning is happening. They're focused on, are you going to be able to get me a job or not? And these are questions which are becoming very, very relevant. In fact, I myself am a graduate from Stanford, and I know several Stanford students who are struggling for jobs. And even universities like Harvard, Stanford, and I studied in Switzerland, so I went to a banking school there. And what I saw change, in the education I had in Switzerland, we had actually professors coming in from all walks of life. So we had professors coming in from the Swiss National Bank. We had a negotiation expert. He was handling negotiation for intra-country negotiations, a very senior person. He had us do simulations, exercises, several things. And what I do feel is today that, this is what is needed. This kind of sort of collaboration, this kind of effort is needed, and, to be able to actually create a difference. I mean, I wrote down some statistics here. We have 40 to 50% of Indian graduates, and they are not fully industry ready. That's a huge number for India. I mean, it's not a small thing. And now we have this Trump issue coming up. We have President Donald Trump who's sending back, in America we have this issue of Indians coming back because of visa issues. So this is a huge relevant topic. And honestly, I mean, our business group is, of course, we are into pharmaceuticals, real estate, education, several. If I talk to my HR today, we do about 150, 200 interviews sometimes for one position. We end up hiring somebody, and we're still not sure if that person is going to, do well or not. And this is the basic challenges. There are people who are applying. People apply for jobs every day. I'll just try to mention one more thing before, we sort of come back to our, our panelists here. We have a very good group of panelists here. So there was a student, who was in, few students rather, in our own management school, and we're finding out why, some they're having a hard time getting jobs. And what we realized was a lot of time the basic coaching of how to, get job ready, that is also missing. So it's not about just imparting some academic education that we all of us are doing today. I think a lot is needed to get them industry ready. Even the basics of how you take an interview, how you, what is relevant. Where are you interviewing? Are you interviewing in Deloitte? Are you interviewing, in a marketing agency? What are you doing? What is your salary expectation? So these basics, I think, more than imparting just education with respect to, knowledge, these are all huge concerns. Now, even AI and all these tools which are coming up, that's only going to be a bigger market disruptor. So, I mean, with all these things, I feel like today's topic is extremely relevant, and I feel like we should keep, I thank CII to really organize this kind of a discussion, because honestly speaking, I think it is a talk. I mean, this kind of game changer that we need is really, really needed today itself, looking at the changing environment. So with this, I'd like to invite our esteemed panelists who are here today from academics, and we'll start the panel discussion. So I think the first question is to Professor Anand Ramamurthy. So how are leading universities designing sustainable models for transnational education, such as dual degree programs, student mobility pathways, and structural changes that genuinely enhance global competencies and industry readiness? So, sir, up to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Burlia, and good afternoon to everyone. I think this lies at the heart of some of the most significant opportunities that we have through transnational education in the higher education space today. So I'd like to start maybe by saying what transnational education means. It's not transplanting the educational model from one institution or country onto another. It actually means creating new value, new opportunities for students, and certainly value add to the economy and industry through new programs which leverage the strengths and expertise at respective institutions and respective geographies, right? So having said that, why is it important? Because today, the workforce, students entering into the workforce are entering a very different kind of workforce which is becoming borderless and rather global, right? And so we'll be doing a disservice to our students if we were to focus on imparting education which addresses a local need or purely addresses from the standpoint of local employment. And certainly industries also lose out because they are looking for a globally competent workforce. So now we talk about how, right? Some of the key things that we can do to promote transnational education and make it industry relevant, right? The first one is we have to get away from the mindset, institutions on both sides need to get away from the mindset of student numbers and meeting targets in terms of student recruitment or student exchange. Student exchange purely for the purpose of imparting global exposure, whatever that's supposed to mean, we need to get away from that, right? And so it needs to be, partnerships really need to be based on deepened research collaborations and between faculty members. And when that happens, student programming and other opportunities will automatically, organically grow out of those. The second thing is to create or design degree programs that truly have a dual value proposition in terms of creating value for both markets involved, both the international market as well as locally here. It needs to create value in terms of the content and the value that is imparted to students on both sides, right? And it needs to leverage really the strengths of both institutions. So, for example, we have partnerships where we have a 3+2 partnership, we have a 3.5 plus 1.5 partnership, we have 2+2 programs and so forth. So students get their foundational training locally and with experienced faculty, low cost, with cultural assimilation, and then move abroad for niche education and training in niche areas, emerging areas. Right? And then come back for industry-centered projects and so forth. The third thing is to importantly involve industry from the beginning. And involving industry is not a transactional one or merely a consultative one, in which case you provide a curriculum and say, is this good? And they provide their feedback on what their needs are, and you modify something. So that is, we design, industry reacts. Right? What we really need today is co-development of the curriculum. We need investment from industry and opportunities in making available their data, their facilities, their expertise, and being invested in student outcomes as much as the universities themselves. And this is important because we are training the students who are going to be their talent pipeline and globally competent ones. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Professor Anand. Completely agree. In fact, involving industry, I think this is something we have to keep getting better at on how we do it. And we'll talk about that more. But now we have Professor Dhania. And I think wanted to look more from the Indian point of view. So Professor Dhania, from the IIT's Delhi vantage point, where do you see the sharpest misalignment today between what Indian universities teach and what industry now expects? So especially when you're looking at the AI changing world of engineering infrastructure and digital technology. So please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, first of all, for this invitation. It is really glad to be here. More than giving my experience, I would like to listen to others, how we can strengthen our academia. Coming from IIT Delhi and having recently undergone a very exhaustive curriculum review in IIT Delhi, and our vision was to keep it more industry-oriented, how to involve industry and give that experience to the students. So my perspective is going to be purely from that angle. Starting from Neha's question on what is the misalignment, I feel that it is because of the way we have been working historically. We have been, industry and academia have been working in silos, while academia focuses on theory-heavy, course-centric and exam-centric assessment, and we produce so-called thinkers. Whereas industry need hands-on based, project-based, and also outcome-based, and they need facilitators or practitioners who can deliver and deploy in engineering solutions. And there lies the misalignment. The vision of these two sectors and the expectations of these two sectors are north and south poles. Now, how to fill this gap and how to close this gap, or whether to close this gap, to some extent, that is what we can right now ponder on. Then I would like to give some examples of what we have, how we have tried to address this gap through the recent curriculum review. What we have done is that we have included, we have actually modified the whole curriculum into an outcome-based program. Each of these programs would have a program outcomes, program learning outcomes, much aligned with the institute learning outcomes. So we have defined outcomes at the institute level, program level, and even at the course level. So that is why, so all these are well aligned. Institute, program, and course outlines, outcomes are aligned. And now we mandatorily include more of capstone projects and also cornerstone projects in the curriculum, which will provide the student with a feel of teamwork, and also it will give them an opportunity to cross-disciplinary or rather interdisciplinary research in that. And also we mandate hands-on and also laboratory components in at least all the core courses. In addition to that, we have in all the programs a mandatory external connect, be it in the form of a research internship or through or a research engagement. Some external connect is mandated in each and every program, PG, UG, and also PhD. And also in all these things, so these are all mandated at the institute level, and each of the program, each of the academic units must follow and adhere to all those things when they create their individual program templates. So we also ask them to layer in dedicated AI/ML courses, irrespective of which discipline they are in, customized AI/ML courses, and also factors like sustainability, environment, and emerging trends in most of the courses. In addition to all these curricular course-based reforms we have mandated, at the same point, flexibility is the key term we have used in this curriculum. Giving flexibility to the students, since this industry demands ever-evolving change in the industry, always reflecting that ever-evolving change and making the curriculum so dynamic may not be that much possible. The solution we found, maybe a temporary solution at present, is to give flexibility to the students and let them decide. They will anyway track the industry change. So we have given flexibility to take them as open courses, a huge basket of elective courses, and even core courses. How we can give flexibility to core courses is that by mandating 2-3 courses, and rest of the courses are put as streams. So students can select a stream and go to that stream, especially in PG courses. And also they are given, of course, minor and major tracks and an advanced track where they can change their discipline itself when they move to the higher level. So these are the things we have done, try to incorporate in the recent curriculum with a vision how to align this with industry. And the most important point is that all these things in the curriculum is done in consultation with the industry at an academic unit level. So we have asked each of the academic unit to create their external connect cell and involve with them, take their feedback. That's like co-creation, as we have heard in the previous panel discussion. So that is how we have mandated. In addition to that, I feel that from the industry side, in the last panel discussion also they mentioned that the funding from the industry need to be improved or increased. That absolutely I agree. And they can also come up with structured internship programs, or they can even sponsor faculty sabbatical. And coming up with how the outcomes from the curricula they have co-created, how that is aligning with their entry-level qualifications. All of these things are some increments or some checks that can be done at the industry side also. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dhani. I think what is particularly interesting is also this, I think I remember when I was studying, like 20 years back, I think we had the choice of curriculum, which was very interesting because you could do a major, and we did a major also, you could change. And I think that was very helpful. This was of course in the US, but I think it's about time, I think we adapted this in India as well. And we're doing this because I think at least people have that flexibility. So whatever, you feel competent in, or you have that ability. And also then that flexibility of change with respect to industry, that's very interesting that you're doing. So now moving on to Dr. T.G. Vijaya. So more from a lens of management and in this interdisciplinary space. So Dr. Vijaya, as an Indian management education becomes more global and digital, how do we balance global best practices with the realities of India's local industries and cultural contexts? And what risks do we face if institutions adopt global models without meaningful localization? So.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Neha. As we speak, to my mind, management education has reached a decisive moment with about 5,500 business schools in the country generating something like 4 lakh students every year. 80 to 85% of them do not have a relevant work experience, and probably some of them are straight out of the undergrad programs. Complementing this is the challenge of basic skills and abilities, both soft and technical. Now, if I look at the other spectrum, which is faculty, the faculty descriptives are not very different. And I think that is something that we need to fix. Faculty competency, capability is something that we really need to work on. Now, where is the balance? How do I say that I probably need to create a global curriculum, but will have to meet the requirements of my culture where I live? And so the answer is not about copying Western models of education, but the answer is about creating a curriculum which has an India focus, but also draws insights from the global world. Now, if we look at the curriculum that we have today, our curriculums do not really address the diversity in environments that we have. They probably also do not create outcomes to deal with the multiple models of business that we have. For example, we do not have programs that focus entirely on MSMEs, and because MSMEs are one of the largest employment sectors in the country. And so to my mind, the chasm between academic credentials and workplace ability is today probably going through a credibility crisis, and it also threatens India's ability to probably become a national hub for talent in the world. Now, having said that, what are the, is it right that we kind of just go by the narrative that global best practices needed to be adopted? Probably not. A wholesale download of global best practices will only create suboptimal results for us. What's important is to understand how we could probably create these curriculums which meet the requirements of the industry and the students that we have within us. As we are also saying that there is also a simultaneous chatter happening about deculturalization in India, and I would sincerely think management education needs to focus on bringing in the right values, attitudes, and behaviors among these citizens. As we speak, I think management education will have to transform. That change cannot be incremental. That will have to be transformative. And I think the phoenix is ready to burn. This is also because of contributions from technology and the regulatory environments that are changing. And so I would think, like they say, the Mahabharata was written for Arjuna. I think we need to rewrite one for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vijaya. I think very relevant, and I think goes on to our next panelist, because I think hearing from the MSME perspective is something I think, Mr. Mukherjee, if, you can elaborate on how this topic, I mean, in terms of what we are talking about, how we can, shape and form in the MSME side.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon all. I represent the Techno India Group, which is the largest educational conglomerate in the eastern part of India, with schools, engineering colleges, universities under our banner. Now, I think a lot has been discussed on industry-academia, linkage, and hand-holding. And when we talk about the lack of practical and job-ready skills among the graduates that the universities and the colleges that they churn out, I think, and the exposure to the real-world problems, which I feel needs to be, augmented. But I think one of the biggest challenge, as Neha was talking about, is when we talk about the MSMEs, because MSMEs are one of the largest job providers, but they are also, I think, constrained due to the resources that they have. And they find it very difficult to adopt to the changing technologies, the emerging AI world, and so on and so forth. So I think very important is to handhold the MSMEs. So I think one of the ways which we are trying to work with the MSMEs, because eastern part of India has a lot of MSMEs, so we are trying to work with them through our innovation councils, where we try and reach out to the MSMEs, the kind of research, the kind of, I would say experimentation that the MSMEs need in order to, come up with newer products, betterment of the products are done at the university laboratories. So that gives our students more of an idea on the industry readiness, the industry perspective, and the MSMEs benefit through the research that the university infrastructure can provide to them. So that is one. And another thing which I feel is also important in terms of various MSMEs is the soft skill definition and the deficiencies that are there in some MSMEs. So through our institutions, we are also trying to kind of handhold them in preparing with the soft skills so that they become market ready and they can face the competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. I think we'll move to the round two. I think more towards the actionable point side. So we come back to Professor Anand Ramamurthy. So Professor Anand, looking ahead, what mechanisms should Indian institutions prioritize to engage multinational industry in curriculum co-development and research collaborations? And how can such partnerships, particularly in emerging STEM fields, be structured to create cross-border talent pipelines, research-driven training pathways, and more direct employment opportunities for students? So more like this round is more about what should we really do next, more about, now.
Okay. So right off the bat, I'd like to assure you, Dr. Vijaya was speaking about how we cannot, in India, adopt global practices without customizing it to the Indian market, right, and environment here, right? And I totally agree. But let me assure you that the problems that you're seeking to find solutions for here, we are doing the same thing in the US as well. Every single institutions globally, I think, wants to make generate students who are globally competent, multi-culturally adaptive in their respective places of employment, right? So we are trying to do the same thing. So I think what we need to do is, as I said, engage with industry in a way that is less transactional, less consultative, and not necessarily less consultative, but also which involves working together collaboratively to create new content, to develop new curricula, and so forth, right? And for the industry, what that means, we are creating globally competent workforce, a talent pool for them, as well as when they sponsor research on campus, they have the research outcomes and startup product lines and so forth, right? So for the university, it means industrial relevance and also research funding from industry perhaps. And for the students, of course, it makes them more competent and ready and fills in that readiness gap that we have when they move on to industry after they graduate. Right, so they're more prepared. So what we need to do is several steps here, and I'm narrating here what we are doing ourselves at Lehigh University in my own department and our college. So we all have our advisory boards, advisory councils, industrial advisory councils. And the purpose here is not just to give some feedback on curriculum matters, and the purpose is not to involve some big names so that you have some great visibility, but rather they need to be committed to certain outcomes, right? And they have certain responsibilities that come with being on their advisory council, our advisory council. For example, being a conduit to connections within their industry, providing curricular reviews, reviewing curricula, letting us know very frankly where the gaps are in industry and so forth, right? In terms of the skill sets that our students, graduating students have. And then importantly, finding opportunities, employment opportunities, internship opportunities, mentorship opportunities for our students in their respective industries. The second thing is to create or design industry-embedded curricular programs, right? Which basically what we are doing, for example, we are creating we are in the process of creating a master's program in medical product development and design, right? And clearly, many of our faculty, they are very good at what they do. They can impart the bioengineering knowledge, right, from the standpoint of the mechanics, from materials and so forth. But are they in industry, and do they know where the gaps are? No, they don't. So we are working with industry members, experts, to co-design these degree programs, right? So the fundamental bioengineering courses are taught by our faculty. In come the industry experts who are recruited to teach advanced courses on risk analysis, on quality assurance, on design, advanced designs, manufacturing scale-up, and so forth, right? Advanced topics which are really industry relevant. And then working together with those industry experts, our faculty mentor our students in capstone projects where they go in from design to prototype development to market assessment to looking at how it is the regulatory pathway, right? So it really provides the students a great opportunity to really develop their skill sets and have the industry perspective, which they were not necessarily having before, right? And then the third thing is to create, to engage, we need to do a better job at our universities to showcase our research expertise, right? To showcase our research expertise and to demonstrate where our priorities lay in terms of research themes and what infrastructure we do have. The reason, because we need to get industry to sponsor research on campus. And this serves multiple purposes. Serves multiple purposes because in engaging in such projects, it's no longer an academic exercise. Students know how to frame a research question with commercialization in mind. They learn how to work within industry-stipulated timelines and deadlines and go through that entire process. They know how to communicate to a business audience, right? And importantly, translate basic findings in the lab to industry and to create value, commercial value. So this is where you fill in the gaps, right, in readiness of the students. And then we have other modes of engagement, and I'll end with this, other modes of engagement, for example, creating industry-sponsored or industry-targeted short courses, certification courses, micro-credentials, credentialing courses, and so forth, right? So that we can, the students on top of their degree programs, and this is why it is important to have a modular structure to our curriculum, which you're working on. We are redesigning our curriculum to be more modular, so you can have a plug-and-play approach and add value to degree programs by students enrolling for these micro-credentialing courses so that they can demonstrate competency and global competency. And finally, I'll end with the note that we are in a good position to, multinationals are particularly in a good position to be involved with this transnational education and advance our goals because they are represented in different geographical markets, right? And through this exercise, they can generate uniform standards for global competence of their workforce. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramamurthy, for your insights. Actually, what I was thinking about was, faculty development comes to my mind again and again whenever we are talking, because I'm also one of the co-promoters, owners of, when we look at our own university. And I know when we're all talking here from the academia standpoint, we're saying all these things, but actually speaking on the ground when we are hiring, we're struggling. And sometimes even the current faculty, making them change their mindset, it's a challenge a lot of times, getting them to understand what is the need. Sometimes when I go to a student and I ask them, are you happy are you okay? But these days, my job basically as an owner is to say, come to our students and keep asking them, okay, is this faculty helping you? Are you understanding in class? Is this relevant or not? And that's what has been helping us to understand, where we are, where we need to work on as well. So, I just thought, discussing this whole thing, it's nice to shed a light when you all talk about a little bit of how we can improve that as well. So I'll just come to Professor Dhania. And just, if you can share from your experience what institutional changes are essential for universities that want to transform on scale. And then, I guess you can, if you choose to, you can highlight on this, this. I mean, as owners, I'm more of an owner mindset on my side, but, it's good to hear from all of you as well.
Yeah. So when we think about the actionable points, any action to be reflected in academia takes decades. While the time resolution, time scale we're talking in industry is probably weeks or maximum months. So the action, when we are citing, we should consider the time scale too. Now I'll restrict myself to academia, being an academician. So if at all we want to change the university and the curriculum being mostly industry relevant, for me, the first thing we should do is to reflect that in our vision and strategy document. All the universities, all the institutions have a vision document. And now convincing the whole university community or the institution community to align towards that is a big exercise. Now, once it is rightfully reflected in the vision and strategy document, then automatically that will be reflected in all other levels. Whether it is to be reflected in the curriculum development or the faculty development or in the administration change, all the things will be automatically done. So at the first point is the vision that we should reflect that. Now, I'll confine my thing to only three things. One is, as I mentioned before, as a response to the first question, the curriculum. Of course, that should be a co-created curriculum based on majority of hands-on based or project-based and something like that. And of course, outcomes-based. So that is for me, that is a low-hanging fruit because it is totally in our hands, academia, teacher's hand. And the existing faculty community can themselves deliver it also without much help from the outside. So once it is inclined slightly towards, the curriculum is inclined slightly towards industry with the help of the existing faculty, for me that is the low-hanging fruit, but the outcome or the output from that one might be just incremental, not anything drastic. Now, designing more programs sponsored by industry. In IIT Delhi, we have a couple of programs which are actually sponsored by industry, which are truly designed by industry. And most of the students are from industry and they go back to the industry. So some of the programs like that, and also designing programs for the upskilling the upskilling programs designed for the industry, that also can come as a second phase in the curriculum itself. Now again, when we teach all those things, we have to remember that it is taught by we academicians who do not have much of an industry exposure. And there comes the drawback in that. Now inducting, then that needs a layer on to the faculty development. Now we have, someone else also mentioned the position of professors in practice. So that is something we can easily do. People with lots of industry experience invited to the academia, inducted into the institute and asking them to teach the courses. That will give a different flavor to the students. Otherwise, we on a lighter vein, we tell in IIT Delhi that we like to produce clones of ourselves. So which we do actually. So and then this induction of appointment of more professors of practice or sending our own faculty to sabbatical to industry. We have a scheme for that. And we also have a scheme, something called as intent, where we invite the industry, multiple industries, a set of industries to an academic unit, and we engage with them to know about their requirements and how we can facilitate or what we can learn from them. So some dedicated programs and some dedicated schemes like this will certainly improve the institute ecosystem as such. So that will be the second layer. And as an academic structure itself, there need to be a lot of change. Dedicated external connect cells at a finer scale is needed to have a stronger collaboration with the industry and to see any positive outputs from these collaborations. For example, faculty industry seed funds, which is something promoted by IIT Delhi too. And we have lots of industry MOUs with industry with specific outcomes. We do follow a lot of exchanges. We do facilitate a lot of exchanges through that MOU. And something called as living labs or something can be also be developed through this connection. We also focus a lot on outreach activities, specific industry connect activities, in addition to the regular talks, seminars, and workshops focused for the industry. Now, having said all these things, these all can be taken in a layered manner, in a phase-wise manner by any university. But the problem I could perceive is that a consistent, sustainable interaction between academia and industry is something which is lacking. Now, for that, what we can think about is that, of course, in IIT Delhi, we have some center which is joined with DRDO and IIT Delhi. But more such centers with industry and academia could also be popped up. And that can be a co-owned one, not necessarily within the academia or within the industry. Now, the bottom line of all this discussion is to treat industry as a co-educator, finally, rather than as a placement provider. That is the change we need to make within ourselves. Thank you. Over to you, Neha.
Thank you so much, Professor Dhania. I think very interesting to hear from your experience, especially what you do in IITs and all that. And I think for all of us relevant who are here in private institutions as well, I think some of these ideas, I think some of us are adopting in some shape and form, but it's always good to, we can probably look back on the drawing board and see how we can do that even better. So now coming to Dr. Vijaya. So just wanted to ask, in terms of now actionables, so what would you suggest as a way forward to create a strong academic industry traction? So based in shared ownership and sustained engagement.
Hi. As I hear you, one thing that comes to my mind is this famous marketer, retailer in Philadelphia who said, I know 50% of the money that I put in advertising is a waste, but trouble is I don't know which 50%. And that's the way I look at some of the curriculums that we also deliver. Whether it is faculty or student, very clearly there has to be a right shift in the knowledge, skill, ability matrix. And I, as an educator myself, would think that right shift should start from a faculty. A lot of us from the business schools, talk about finance, marketing, and HR without ever having done any of it on the ground. And in many ways, we are lecturing to birds on how to fly, which is probably not what the industry wants. Very importantly, what comes to my mind is because we have to work towards enhancing the capability of faculty, we will have to draw a lot of support from the industry. And one way of drawing support from the industry is, could we kind of create an interest among, promising, successful executives and managers to transcend into a management educator role, but it's important to create an academic context for these managers to kind of show their expertise on the ground. What is important here is maybe forums like CII need to look at how they could probably create a certificate program or something that trains these executives to actually come onto a classroom and teach, which probably helps create a pool of managers who could transcend to become educational educators, and that's a pool that all of us typically from a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 kind of an institution can benefit from. The second thing that comes to my mind is definitely an industry secondment program mandated to all faculty saying you have to spend a couple of weeks every year or every alternate year so that you understand what's happening with the industry, what the industry wants, and how you can transfer that learning into your classrooms. And even as I say that, and because ours is a management program and we deal with adults, both faculty and student will have to move out of a pedagogy approach and start talking in terms of andragogy and heutagogy, where we actively involve the learner in trying to make a decision in terms of what he or she wants to learn and the relevance of that learning to an immediate environment that the individual is in. The third thing that I would think is academia also has to learn. Academia has to learn that collaboration with industry is not about just having industry people on your boards and in the boardrooms. It's about getting them to be involved in the process of developing the curriculum, which also means to say they probably need to have some veto power and not just show up for these meetings. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think Dr. Vidya very relevant, and I think we all have suffered that pain from the hiring perspective. I can share with you on a daily basis where sometimes someone will come and say that I want to be promoted. I'm a manager level, but once we do promote them, we often realize that they lack the skills of leadership. So they are good worker, but they don't have that basic training, which we then need to have to either provide, or we then realize that that was the wrong promotion done. Because somehow our universities, while we are preparing, we are doing a good job preparing students, but we miss these aspects of, what they actually need in the real world. And it's very sad because sometimes we find very, very good workers lacking certain skills in an organization, which is very much needed. Teamwork, group work, doing things together. I mean, we did this in our, when I studied abroad, we have done all these things. But, really having that emphasis, even in the Indian education perspective, I think is critical, and that can go a very long way. I think I'll give it now to Mr. Mukherjee from, again, that same sort of a more actionable sort of way of approaching what we're talking about. So the question is, Mr. Mukherjee, if universities had to institutionalize a short list of mechanisms, industry advisory boards, co-created micro-credentials, joint innovation project, and MSME engagement platforms or digital feedback systems, what should they prioritize in the next 12 to 18 months, and why?
I think the first and foremost, I think most of the points have already been discussed during the panel. I think the industry advisory boards are of prime importance. And as my fellow panelist has mentioned, I think that's very important, that getting these industry experts not to just sit on the boards and attend meetings during the development of the curriculum, but more and more of their active participation is what universities, institutions in the country needs. So it is very important to have them actively involved in developing the curriculum. So that is one. Second, as also my panelists have mentioned, I think structured industry immersion programs for curriculum developers in the university. I'm very happy that IIT Delhi already has this sabbatical in place. We are also planning on similar lines in our institutions, that we are trying to tie up with few industries across genres, where we'll make it compulsory for our curriculum developers in terms of the professors to go have an industry experience, understand what are the latest trends, the technological advancements, so that they can come back and teach the students to have a more practical view rather than just having a theoretical knowledge. Because a lot of times, as we see that students with degrees coming out and getting into industries only carry the theoretical knowledge and not aware of the present day scenario, the technological advancements, the industry requirements, I would say. So this is extremely important. Third, I think what is also very important is a digital feedback system. If we could probably have that instituted in our institutions, I think that is also going to do a lot of good in terms of we regularly analyze this kind of engagements between industry, academia, getting industry experts to be there for curriculum development, getting into our faculties visiting industries, coming back, teaching students. But if we can really have the feedback system in place, so I think that will really undermine the efficacy of the system. I think most of the points have already been discussed, so I'll stop here. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I think we were sort of done with I was told that we're not going to be getting questions from the audience. So I'll then in that process, just summarize sort of what we've been talking about. I think overall, the overarching discussion has been about academia and how we marry academia into industry and jobs. And this is something which I think is overall relevant for all of us. And also whether we are an industry, whether we are a company or whether we are an institution, I think the fact of the matter is people come and study because they have some hope. They have some hope to be able to get a job. They have a hope to be able to do well in life. And I think it is our job, truly if we are running institutions, to be able to understand that. What I do want to mention, in terms of summarizing this whole thing, is also that we do have to look at faculties. We have to look at how we can engage them, how we can bring that culture into the universities where they can be sent out for the industry. Because we talk about it in a theoretical sense, but actually doing it on the ground and implementing it is a completely different, way of looking at things. How you do it in a structured way, as all our panelists here, in one way or the other, have shared that it's not a choice. This is not a choice that we do this today. This is a need, and this is something we have to do. So how one does it, and from a personal experience, we still struggle to get that across to them. And even the point which Mr. Mukherjee just made regarding digital feedbacks and doing that, and when we were doing that, we realized how much what students actually need and where we are lacking. And a lot of times there's such a mismatch in what we are teaching and what actually they want to learn. And from a perspective of being able to actually be hireable, and some suggestions which we've taken actually have been very helpful. So I do encourage all of us to, I know we as academicians, we tend to have a sort of an ego, driven, like we're all professors and PhDs and those things, but somewhere I think we will look back to the drawing board and see, I always ask our university, professors as well as our schools, when we have teachers, please ask yourself, why are we standing here? Why are we in a classroom? Why are we in a room? What are we here to do? What is our purpose? And I think once we answer that for ourselves, we will realize the need and importance, to really, go back and say, what we need to, again, as Dr. Dhania also said, getting outcomes. We should not be talking about what we are teaching, but what we are hoping to achieve. That's very important, and that's what, we should be looking at. In this discussion, we didn't talk too much about AI, and I know that, I did that because we were, I think there's an AI sort of CII panel discussion on AI, but I think that's very, very relevant. It's a huge thing which is happening. I don't think we realize how quick it is. It's not just tech people, it's everyone, even auditors, accountants, the world is going to change. So, today when we said, okay, we have a year or two, we don't. We'll find very quickly jobs going. Already we see it in the tech space. We see it in some other spaces abroad. It's already happening. People who are in industry, people are becoming expensive. So I don't want to hire 50 people. I want to hire 10 today. So that's a huge problem which is happening, and we really have to analyze the ecosystems to see what is going to be the job market in the future. We should be doing research to really understand where we are at and what kind of courses we need to teach in order to make sure that we are able to abide, we are able to be there in the kind of growing space of AI. So thank you so much, and thank you so much all the panelists here, and thank you CII for organizing this wonderful sort of conference. I think this is not just the end. I feel like we should be discussing this, I think, for the next, I think there's no end to discussing this, and I think the more we talk about this, the more I feel awareness comes. So thank you.
So we thank our esteemed panelists for this wonderful discussion. May I request all of you to kindly raise for a group photo opportunity, please?
It will be followed by a session chair handing over some mementos to the panelists.
May I kindly request Ms. Neha Balia to kindly felicitate our honorable participants.
So we'll be starting the next session in 2 minutes, we'll be doing the setup and then invite the panelists to the dais. Give us 2 minutes. Which we are going to start is session on AI and technology integration in higher education, improving operational efficiency, skilling and industry readiness of students. So we are going to analyze in the panel discussion that the implementation of AI and technological integration, has it really given return on investments to the institutes? I invite Mr. K. Hari Tyagarajan, who is the session chair, to be on the dais. I request Mr. Ashutosh Gupta to kindly come onto the dais. Dr. Atul Kulkarni, kindly come onto the dais. Professor Pradeep Kumar Sharma to kindly come onto the dais. I request delegates to kindly be seated as we are starting the next session, please. As it is looking crowded on the side of the podium, to kindly be seated. With this, I request Mr. K. Hari Tyagarajan, Member CII National Education Council, Chairman CII Southern Region Education Task Force and Managing Director Tyagarajan Mills Private Limited, to kindly deliver the introductory remarks and formally start the panel discussion.
Thank you, Subhajit. Can I just request if our guests can be seated before we start? I'm indeed very privileged to be moderating this very important session on the next wave, artificial intelligence and the impact it's going to have on the education sector in our country. I am joined by some very prominent and eminent personalities On my right is Mr. Ashutosh Gupta, Managing Director, India and APAC, Coursera. I think we all have heard of his company and glad to be meeting you today, Ashutosh. On my left is Professor P.K. Sharma, the Provost and Registrar of University of Engineering Management, Jaipur. Professor, glad meeting you today, and I'm sure your insights will be helpful to a lot of the academicians here. And on my extreme right, I'm joined by Dr. Atul Kulkarni, Director, Corporate Relations, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology and University, Pune. On a lighter note, I think a session before lunch and after lunch is always very challenging. But I'm sure that the insights that we would get from these gentlemen on the dais would make us quite gifted and I would like to have your undivided attention for the next 35 to 40 minutes. I do not want to sound like a professor because I'm not one. But on a lighter note, the reason why my shirt resembles a graph paper and the reason why I'm wearing a bandi today is so that you know that I am the moderator and the others much better dressed than me are the eminent panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we had a good amount of information that was passed on to us and knowledge sharing that happened. The most important thing in life is change, and change is the only constant in the world. So with that, I would like to dive deep into this session, which is on AI and how AI is going to impact the sector of employment as well as education. I think most of us in this room are scrambling our heads to see how jobs can be protected and how teachers can be still relevant in this very competitive world out today. But I think India, being the fourth largest country, cannot live without technology for the simple example that our population is the largest in the world. So if we have to get our children educated and we have to get our students skilled, there is definitely a shortage of teachers. I also run two education institutions, and I'm from the textile fraternity actually, and we know how difficult it is to attract good talent in terms of good faculties. So how is this gap going to be met? And I think the only way that we could fill that gap is by using technology to its fullest potential. And India today, I think, is in a very big sweet spot for the demographic dividend, which we all understand how important it is. The CEA was here today morning, and he was mentioning that as the number one point in his speech. So if we have to get our students skilled and trained to be employable, and if the students studying in government schools also have to have education on par with our city folks, I think technology is something that we cannot live without, and AI is going to be a very big disruptor. And I think, like it or not, we all have to adapt ourselves very quickly. I would like to post my first question to Mr. Ashutosh. Ashutosh, you've been heading one of the most successful edtech companies in the world. And I was just asking him how many users he has, and he said a couple of 100 million, so that's mind-boggling. Many of us in this room understand the potential of Coursera, and we are all subscribed or customers of Coursera. Just want to understand what gives Coursera the edge compared to some of the other edtech companies. Recently we had a company called PhysicsWala which went into IPO, and if some of you subscribe to that IPO, I think it's done very well. So edtech companies are being seen as the new age technological companies where investors want to invest in. It is no longer seen as a company which only colleges and students are using, but it is a platform where a lot of people see a sweet spot in. So I just want to understand what is giving Coursera that strategic edge compared to some of the other edtech companies, and if you could also add on how you are embracing AI to make Coursera more relevant to today's world.
First of all, hello? Okay. First of all, good afternoon, and Hari, thanks for the question, and good to be on this panel. I'm a new entrant to the education system. I joined Coursera 6 months back. So, but, good to be here with the community and share my thoughts. First, to the question of why Coursera is unique in the edtech fraternity. Let's go back to the roots of Coursera. Coursera was started by Andrew Ng. He was a professor in Stanford. And since then, our basic DNA has always been academic, right? We always want we have always thought about learning how to impart the learning to the students, to the teachers, deep skills, skills which are relevant to the industry, right? But so that's one. Second, everything at Coursera starts with content. We have 12,000 courses. We have roughly, I think, 375 trusted content partners, both university and industry partners. We have 191 million learners worldwide, which are on the platform, right? We have 3,000 plus customers, 6,000 plus customers. Now, think of all of this as a flywheel, right? Content drives learners to the platform. Learners bring more content partners to the platform. There are certifications on the platform, right? So it's a flywheel, which is very, very unique and a very, very high value for both academicians, corporates, and governments. So that's number one. Number two, I think we are very invested in the skills-based hiring and outcome-based hiring or learning because, you know, the world is moving there. I think people are more interested in demonstrating skills, showcasing skills, learning skills which are relevant to the industry, what industry wants. Also, we have been leveraging all the new technologies like AI to power learning, right? I'll give you some examples, and that was the second part of your question, how are we leveraging AI? When you think of AI, I think, and before that, we need to see where learners are today. Learners want more personalized learning, right? They want something very, very curated to what their needs are. And we have been leveraging AI for that very same purposes. We have an AI coach, which is a personalized tutor, which remains with you all the time. So all our learners, while they're on the platform, they have access to the coach. And this coach has been trained on all academic courses which are there on the platform. So it's your personalized tutor, which is always staying with you. You can ask questions. You can get answers. You can do a role play with the coach. If you learn something, one of the things is how do you practice that, right? So that practice can come with the coach. So you can leverage coach to practice. One of the big things as you move in this world is you learn something in college, for example, but you have a doubt when you are revising or when you are going through the content. Who would you ask a question on Friday? Your faculty is not there on Friday. You will have to wait till Monday. And that's where coach can help you answer that question right away so that there's no obstruction in your learning, right? And other thing is we have a very deep alignment with our India's higher education policy where we are designed to support national education policies, 40% online credit. So we have integrated our curriculum into many colleges across in India so that students can earn credit when they do courses through online and Coursera, right? So when you put all of this together, you know, we are trying to solve for what India's major challenges are, if you think about it, which is we have set up a very ambitious goal as a country to increase our gross enrollment ratio up to 50%, which is roughly 83% increase in enrollments. Now, how are you going to achieve that? It's a very ambitious goal, and all of you know more than I do about the challenges we have, right? We have challenges on access side. We have challenges on not having enough teachers who can teach. We have a slightly challenge on the curriculum, which is outdated. All of this can be solved if we integrate online learning into the curriculum, if we bring refresh course content through online, and also help educators also reskill, right? One of the biggest challenges we will face in the coming years is we have to teach students on this new technology, but educators themselves have to reskill themselves first. So we work with a lot of universities where faculty skilling and training is one of the core kind of premises we work with them. So when you put all of this together, Coursera has a very unique role to play in the current education system, and especially in India. We are a large country. The demographic dividend we have is amazing, but we have to train, skill the demography so that they become valuable. And it's just not for India, by the way. India will have to serve the world because we have the population, but we will have to skill those people so that they are relevant and they can provide the relevant services to the world.
Thanks. I think you hit it on the nail by saying the national education policy gives a lot more flexibility to companies like Coursera to have online delivery, and I think that is the way forward. Before I come back to you, Ashutosh, my next question is to Professor Sharma ji. Sharma ji, you come from a very well-known university in Jaipur, and while reading your biodata, I understand that your area of specialization is physics. And I think as Indians, we all give a lot of importance to mathematics and physics. I just want to understand, I think computer science, AI and physics are all interlinked, and I'm sure you are also looking at areas of how you can automize the administrative front in your university. Since you're the registrar, I'm sure that you spend a lot of time in administration part, and today I think AI is giving us a lot of opportunities to automize our regular work, and AI chatbots are there to answer queries relating to admission or anything like that, and it is making life more simpler. So just wanted to understand if you've already adopted some elements of AI into the administrative front in your university, or do you have a game plan to go that way?
Thank you, Dr. Tyagarajan. When Dr. Tyagarajan pointed out the way he has taken the shirt in a graph paper design, he is basically integrating, because he is the person integrating industry and academia, so he is integrating academia and industry. Why? I'm just pointing out. Allow me one moment. Because you know that academics, we know how to graph. And industry, we know how to graph. I hope the industry person can relate it, because industries are more or less based on the analysis, predictive analysis. And in academia, we are training students how to plot the graph, and industry, we need to have the analysis of that graph to have the, you can say, improvements in our industry. Now, first of all, I would like to thank CII, and I am very much grateful to convey my wishes to the person who has given this topic, Education 5.0. Now, I request all of you to please listen it carefully. It's a fragmented part, I am just pointing out. Shaping the future of work in the age of disruption. So when we are saying shaping the future, so whose future we are shaping? Of work, where they will work, and age of disruption, for whom the age of disruption is there. So it's a very well taken topic, and I hope all the dignitaries have taken it since morning, have taken it very well. Now we are here just to discuss that how academic institutions are taking care of all these things. Now let me inform you, sir, that in academic, we are just way behind industries. Always you can say, because CII is taking care of almost all parts of industries in India, as well as I think collaborations outside. So industries are there who are actually controlling everything. That's my point of view. Maybe I am wrong, but I think that's the point, that industries and business are the things who are governing the things, and academia right now, and trying to get the right kind of persons from the academia where the gap is. Now we need to learn, as far as the academics are concerned, that how we will train our students. As Dr. Tyagarajan already emphasized that we are from, I am from the physics background, I am taking care of the administrative tasks. See, I am not particularly talking about my university, what we have done, because a lot of things we have done as far as the AI integration and implementation of 50 GPUs in our group. We have just installed last week a supercomputer in our institution. We are providing the best high-end computing in our laboratories, and as well as we are integrating the research part for our all research scholars. You can say that last semester we designed our own supercomputer with the name of Satyamev. And let me inform you, 953 teraflops of speed. I think it's a good speed. Not more than 5 supercomputers in India having the speed greater than that. That is built by our researchers over there. This is the thing I just want to inform you that as far as the academics are concerned, we are doing part. But I wholeheartedly invite industries just to come up, because we need the hand-holding support from the industry just to see that what kind of training our students should get so that they can be employable in your organizations. Right now, this gap is very much, and it is widening. There are certain things, and I must admit that we are talking about artificial intelligence a lot of time. But artificial intelligence is not a miracle. It's a mindset. And we need to change this mindset from the industry perspective, industry point of view, as well as the academics point of view, because there are certain restrictions in academics that, okay, we are not going to change. There are certain restrictions in industry that we are not going to change. Why we are not going to change? We are industry. We are not going to academics to get the support. This is the restriction. I request the industry people just to handhold the institutions, because we are providing the manpower, we are providing the resources, we are providing the kind of mindset the people will have in your institutions to make your institution big. And I hope if you think like this, our resources, our brains will not go out, and definitely the brain drain will stop. And when we are talking about that the industries from outside India is gaining only due to the fact that Indian people are doing the work in a lot of IT companies in USA and other countries, I hope this kind of mindset will change. And definitely our institution will have an edge in 2047, when whatever the target we have set for Viksit Bharat. I think this will be the first step from industry, hand-holding the academia for everything, curriculum building, training of our faculty members. Allow our faculty members in your campus. Please introspect yourself. If a professor of IIT or if a professor of any institution is coming to your organization, how you treat them? If he gives a card to your HR person or a manager over there that I want to visit your manufacturing unit, how you treat them? He is a professor. He is from academics. You please allow them to move around, to have a look what you are doing and how institutions can learn. I think that way, if we integrate by way of AI, by way of manpower, by way of exchanging our ideas, I think that will be the better way we can connect. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think, Viksit Bharat is already happening. We don't have to wait till, 2030 or 2040. I think you said about this new machine that your team has made, and you also mentioned that the name is Satyamev. So we're very glad, because we had a proposal from NVIDIA, and we had to not go ahead with it because the cost of investment was so high, and our faculty were quite skeptical on the ROI. They said, if you ask us for ROI, I don't think for the next 6-7 years we can show you anything because the cost is so high. And I think India has the potential to create, and I think you already have done this.
Sir, let me inform that as far as the cost is involved, if you go ahead with the supercomputers built by any company in the world, and the supercomputer what we are having in our campus is around 100 times less. That we can
I think
ensure.
we have been pioneers in Jugaad, so you cracked that.
It's not Jugaad. It's not Jugaad, but it's actually working. It's GPU's integrations. I know the concerned person will know it, but it's GPU integration. That's there.
Thank you. Dr. Atul, coming to you, I think we spoke about a lot of initiatives that Vishwakarma University has done, and I think you've been leading the team there for industrial relations, and you've recently established a center of excellence through eShare. When we look at the whole scenario, we are grappling with issues such as graduate unemployment, Many of our students who finish their degrees are, underpaid, or they are not getting the right jobs. And there is a big mismatch between the skill sets of our students and the requirements of the industry. So just wanted to understand what Vishwakarma as an institution is doing to bridge this gap. And are you also looking at the curriculum revamp? Because in all these forums we speak about the gap, but then one of the major aspects is about the curriculum. So just wanted to understand, how is your curriculum moving towards a more skill-based approach rather than just transmitting data and knowledge?
Thank you, Tyagarajanji, for asking these most important questions. I also thank CII for inviting this or giving this opportunity. Just take a scenario 10 years ago. As we are sitting here as a professors, we were thinking that the traditional way of teaching learning, the way we learn that our students or the generation should learn. But in 2020, the transformation starts begin. And now we are in the era where AI dominates the entire part. So NEP 2020 has created a great impact, and we, Vishwakarma, we are the one of our few ones who have started implementing at the beginning. Initially, a lot of resistance from the professor, a lot of resistance from the different stakeholders. But now we started realizing it's important, and we started getting the fruits of it. Fruits of it means in many forums, specifically in the forum of CII or any many industry bodies, there is the point always comes into picture that there is a lot of gap between industry and academia. But nobody is there to define what is the gap. Being an academician, we are the student creator. We are creating the students specifically for lifelong learning, not for a specific technology. Because technology comes, everybody knows that in IT, technology always changes after 6 months. So being an academician, our first role is to train the student, or to train the student for life learning and learn and unlearn ability. And by understanding this particular case, then he should, whatever the skills, technical skills develop in the curriculum, they should be able to implement here. So at Vishwakarma, we have been closely working with more than 200 plus industries. As sir has mentioned that what exactly the gap is there. So gap, if I bring some figure or statistics on the table here, specifically if you look at the Indian scenario, MSMEs, almost 30 lakhs MSMEs are, more than 30 lakhs MSMEs are there. And if you look at the young graduates who are graduating every year, it comes around 15 to 18 lakhs. So if we could match one student with one MSME, even if there is a shortage of matching this part. In industry, there are a lot of problem statements are going on. And in academician, we are training the students on the technology. Only things, the gap, what we observe that we need to train the students to apply that knowledge. And this is how we started working on this one. We started engaging with the industry. We onboard various industry professionals on the onboard as an industry advisory board, and we started learning from them. And at a moment, we realized that, yes, being a professor, being an industry, we could successfully deliver the project. The model which we operate at our institute, that we have basic two model. One is project-centric learning. Second one is project-based learning. Project-centric learning means each and every course, the student has to undergo one project, and he has to deliver at the end of the course. There are some courses which are purely based on the project-based evaluation. In some courses, we have removed the theory, and the evaluation is completely based on the performance-based. And project-based learning means we get the problem statement. The ownership of the problem statement is with the professor, is not with the student, because this is what we observe the gap. Industry provides some problem statement to students. If professor does not get involved in that one, then the success rate is very low, which industry realizes. Then we identify that problem. We told them that the ownership is with the professor is responsible for delivery. With the help of students, there will be a regular review meetings, and the delivery time will be planned. And this is how we started. We have a lot of success stories, but at the same time, a lot of failures as well. So I must accept that one, because this is a transformation. going on. And NEP really supports us. It has given the freedom, flexibility to adapt and adopt the changes which is being going. And this is how, looking at this one, in first year, very beginning, we have got an opportunity to work with some MSME innovation program run by Ministry of MSME, where we started get connected with the MSMEs and started delivering the project. Now, happy to share you that till now, we have currently working with more than 200 plus companies, delivering the projects, and these projects, the success rate is around 60 to 70%. And the model is that if the project is a longer one, then convert it into phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, because students' mindset is very fragile. They are associated, they can contribute with the full energy in a specific period of time. Once time's over, their interest lost. So we need to balance, here the ownership of the professor comes into picture, and this is how the model comes to be. The another model which just I'll quickly, another model which we work is that, that is the model of center of excellence. So we thought that yes, placement, employment is one of the important part. But whenever we go to the industry, give a job, internship, so their finance comes into picture, budget comes into picture. So we approached to the industry that you consider that we are an extended R&D center for you. We are the lowest R&D cost for you, where lot of innovation, lot of ideas can come into picture. Just wanted to give one small example. We are working with Tech Mahindra on some problem statement which has been given. As it is a confidential, I will not explore more than one. But they have given one problem statement and then asked 4 student group to come up with 2 innovative ideas. I'm happy to share you that out of these total 8 innovative ideas, 2 ideas are now the part of their product. So this is how the transformation change takes place. So ownership is one of the most important part, and that helps to minimize this gap of industry and academia. This is
I think I catch your point on where if at least one MSME could adopt a student, I think India needs more MSMEs. So back to you, Ashutosh. You know, there is a question of having a human touch, and when the student is in a brick and mortar classroom, there is always that feel of having a second parent. And can Coursera actually be that replacement for a teacher? That is a question that many parents have. I don't think students have that question because they're very happy to be using Coursera. So from moving from the traditional system of transmission of knowledge in a classroom, I just wanted to understand how Coursera is also moving more towards a skill-based system, because today the whole ecosystem is moving more towards outcome-based methodologies and a skill-based way of education. So if a student is there in a university, we have the regular assessments and things like that to assess, or lab examinations to see how well the student is fared in a particular skill. So how does that happen when we move into EdTech into a large extent?
Yeah, no, great question. I mean, if I distill your question into one statement, is like, what is the role of human in the AI world? Like, how are we ensuring that humans are integrated into the AI loop in the learning, right? So everything at Coursera, everything we do at Coursera with AI as a human in the loop. I'll give you a few examples, right? So since last year, we have started putting subtitles on the machine-generated subtitles on the courses, but these are all reviewed by humans once the subtitles have been generated. Like, we just don't want to go and circulate the courses without even reviewing the integrity of those subtitles. Same is with AI dubbing. AI dubbing is very powerful. Like, it helps increase the access because some people learn best in their own language, right? So how do you ensure that we deliver courses where learners are comfortable in the language that's being delivered? And AI dubbing is helping. But once again, when we AI dub a course, we ensure that we recheck the integrity of that AI dubbing so that there is no dilution of what the message is being given out. We have built tools which are, again, very, very powerful. I'll give you an example of a tool. I'm sure many of people who have used Coursera especially from an educator perspective, I use it. It's called Course Builder. So Course Builder is an AI tool which helps you generate courses based on a prompt which you give. If you have some material available, but it's not yet ready for a complete course, you can feed that into Course Builder and it generates a complete outline of a course. Some educators have come and told us that something which used to take like 15 days, 15 weeks to build a course, it's now doing in 15 hours. So that's the speed at which it's delivering. But again, it has human in the loop because the initiation of that is done by human when it puts the prompt in the Course Builder. We have built role plays for our learners. To your point of parents asking, how are my children learning on Coursera? Like, how are you going to ensure that same level of academic rigor and discourse happens? So when you learn, one of the things you always want to do is practice. Right? You have learned something, how do you practice? Right? So role plays is a classic example which is built in now, where you can train the AI to be a buddy in asking you the questions and having a conversation. To an extent where you can even choose the tone of the AI. Should be aggressive, should be more supportive, right? So that's how we are making sure there are humans in the loop. And now coming back to your another part of your question, which is skills-based, right? So I think, world is moving towards verified skills, right? We were in the past where we were learning through courses, through learning through the content, but there was no way to display that I have learned the skills. Right now, the world is moving towards verified skills, where you have to learn, take an assessment, generate a credential, which is then verified, which shows that you have a skill. So I think in Coursera, we have verified credentials. We have professional certificates from 165 plus partners. I think that there are examples. Vishwakarma University is a great example of it, where students have done stackable professional certificates from 4 different courses, which gives them 4 credits, and that's something which you can then display as a verified skill, right? So the world is moving towards skills-based, verified skills-based outcomes, and that's where the learning is moving. But again, AI is helping, but remember, we have humans in the loop in all AI components.
Thanks. I think moving on from there, this is what ChatGPT itself threw up to me when I was doing some research for this session. When I asked it what are the new capabilities faculty members are acquiring through AI integration, some interesting aspects that came out were familiarity with AI tools for teaching and research, obviously, continuous upskilling via AI-based training modules, ability to redesign a curriculum that is more outcome-driven and also frame assessments, competence in AI-supported curriculum development, and enhanced student mentoring using analytics dashboard. Now, I think having dashboards and having analytics is something that is very important for all educational institutions today because, data is the new oil. Moving on from that, Professor Sharmaji, I'd just like to understand if AI is, truly going to be democratized, how can we see AI as a pedagogical amplifier rather than being a replacement to our traditional method of teaching? How can AI be a pedagogical amplifier?
Okay, just coming to the question, but before going to the exact answer, can we, as an industry partner or like that, can we remove a sentence that jobs are not there? Can we have this sentence that jobs are there for right persons, skilled persons, or you can have the skill set aligned with the job? Because this is a very, I can say, not a well taken statement that jobs are not there. Jobs are there. Second, from the academics point of view, can we remove this sentence that teachers will be replaced? Teachers will be replaced with skilled teachers. right persons. Third, can we replace the sentence, humans are not required? Humans, why not required? Right skilled humans will be required. Everywhere. Why we are trying to remove humans? No. Why these statements are there? Then I am coming to your point, sir. See, dashboards as well as when we are saying the data, definitely data is important, and as far as the things are going ahead, we are moving to more fast, accurate, and we are expecting that everything what we are getting back will be accurate. When we are doing all these things, definitely we require tools. And those tools definitely will have some processing power so that it is fast and efficient. Now, for the students are not going for the brands. You please, HR persons, if they are here and they are more into technicals, students are asking what computing power your company have. How many GPUs you have installed in your organization? What platform I will get in your company if I joined? It's not because the brand is there. Brand definitely will play a major role. But when we are saying the skills, students right now have the skills and trying to get into the organizations where they have the opportunity to work on the high-end computing. So now we are coming that when dashboards and data is important, how these things taken into account as far as the academic institution is concerned. Sir, again I am saying that institutions are trying to improve, but we need some support from the industry as well. All the institutions, mostly private institutions, are doing a lot of things to improve their academia and teaching learning process. All the teachers are getting the faculty development programs. Institutions are giving the opportunity to the teachers to have the trainings from different organizations like Coursera. Now Coursera is having AI-based examinations, so that means that is proctored exam, right? Yeah. So they have the proctor exam now. 3-4 years back, it was not there, sir. 3-4 years back, it was not there. A student who is very good in clicking the enter button, enter, within 15 minutes, he can get a 12-week certificate. So now it is not possible. Now it is proctored exam they have to give. So teachers are getting the training from good organizations. I hope many of you know NPTEL, that is the initiative of IIT Madras. Again, the teachers are getting the training from there. They have the best of the computing training from different industries also. And in our university we are taking these initiatives, and let me inform that all the teachers are getting the AI-based training, as well as students are doing industry-led projects. Since last 1 year, we are developing our own LLM model. Our students are doing at least 12 industry projects where AI integration is required, as well as robotics is concerned. So they are getting it into it. I request that wherever you find an opportunity to get in Indian academic institutions to put into your projects, please try to put. You have to give some consultancy amount to some organization. Why not involve academic institutions? I hope, sir,
Sure.
that will give the answer to your question, that the teaching and learning process definitely will be revolutionized if industry will be there in campus. Industry should be in campus. Campus cannot go to industry, because that's means not a good idea. But industry can have a small unit, a small integrator in the campus. I hope that will solve all the problems, and it will improve the teaching and learning. AI-based, whatever the technology will be there, businesses definitely will be ahead of everything. Industry is the first thing which will get the technological advancement. Now, industry need to handhold the academics so that the teaching learning process can be improved.
Thank you, Professor. Before we move to the fireside chat, I just have one question to wrap up. Atul, I just wanted to understand the role of TBIs are becoming important because more students are turning entrepreneurs rather than employment seekers. And one interesting aspect in this stage is that other than the big boss, Ashutosh, the other three of us come from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities and towns. You come from Pune, I come from Madurai, and Professor comes from Jaipur. So a lot of action in Tier 2, Tier 3 towns today. So I just wanted to understand what exactly needs to be done to build an entrepreneurial ecosystem in these towns where a lot of ideas, investable ideas, scalable ideas are there, but there is not much of accessibility to VCs or to angel investors, or there are not many organizations which are there. So how does one build an ecosystem? Maybe if you could share a case from your own university.
Yes. Before coming to the answer of this one, I just wanted to inform Ashutosh that rather thanks to Coursera in the period of pandemic, that it was open to all the students, and that was the major learning aspect. And at Vishwakarma we have leveraged a lot of, and now that Coursera is now a part of our curriculum, and students they have a roadmap, and at the end they got the certification which most of the industry requires. So this is the one thing. Sir, Sharma sir, you mentioned about the industry cannot come some. So I have two different aspects. So if you take the example of universities from Germany, and that too RWTH Aachen. So it's a university town, Aachen, and in RWTH, most of the bigger company, they have offices in their university. This is one case that I have. At the same time, when I got chance to visit Germany, when I got chance to visit to Hungary also, University of Debrecen, so they have their centers in a company like Volvo. They have some centers. It's a well-known. So this is both things can be possible. And recently, just wanted to tell you that UTS, which is one of the popular semiconductor company, and we are working closely with them. They have big office in Coimbatore, rather headquarter in India. They have in Coimbatore. And a lot of R&D initiatives has been there. So we are also working with them for semiconductor domain and agentic AI. So they also offer us that you can also establish one, we can give some space and where you get students and professors can work with our team. Because looking at the data is one of the most important aspect. We can call it's another weapon. So based on the data, they are not ready to disclose it. And we also do not want it to get into that way. So this is how we can reach to them, and now they are offering us to set up our one unit in their campus at Coimbatore. Parallelly, as you mentioned about the entrepreneurship, so I'm talking about the company perspective because majority of the companies, they are also looking for some innovation or some innovative ideas, and you might be knowing that a lot of acquisitions are coming from is being going via startups. So. In majority of the company, they have some centers or some heads. They are looking for some innovation. I'll take the example of Dassault System. They have under CSR, they have a lot of initiative programs under Love Foundations, and they have a concept called Seed the Entrepreneur. Then they have program for some seed funding for some research innovation idea which creates an impact on the society. The ultimate aim of this is that the innovation should come, they will provide the funding, seed funding, and out of this, the entrepreneur should come into picture. So this is how the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, colleges can take the benefits, reach out to the companies, reach out to the different platforms, and get into this industrial, this entrepreneurship atmosphere. If you look at here, an academic institute, we all are professors. We all are the job, a kind of employer. We are not job creator. So the way since we learn, we nurture the students, there is a limitation from our side also that we cannot motivate more students. But if we involve the external stakeholders, those who are looking for innovation, those who are looking for some new ideas, then the ecosystem can be developed. So this is how the ecosystem can be developed.
Thanks, Atul. Quite insightful there. I think we need to learn from the German case study that you said. Ladies and gentlemen, just before wrapping up, I'd like to have a fireside chat and request the panelists to keep the answer to just one word. The question is one aspect where human beings are better than AI or human beings outpace AI. We'll start with you, Atul.
We can consider Superman. We can consider that. Yeah.
Empathy.
Embedded.
Empathy.
Empathy. Sorry.
It's not one word. Empathy with responsibility. I will give example also. Please allow me. Recently, few weeks back, I got a news. I hope all of you have seen that there were 12 robots in China went on a strike. One out of that 12 robots thought that the working environment of the factory was not good. And he motivated 11 more and convinced them to shut down. Responsibility. Empathy definitely required, because when the machines will work, suppose a surgery is done from remote side, definitely it is controlled by humans. Right? But if humans, as industry is taking that humans will not be required, so everybody means robots will be there or machines will be there, so empathy should be there in every work wherever the AI is going to happen. And for Atul sir, I just want to say, developed countries are developed due to what they have done and what they are doing. We are developing, we have to be developed, so we have to take the lessons, as Dr. Tyagarajan said, that from Germany model, from USA model, from UK model, we have to implement in India. So we have to change the mindset that all these things should be in India, and we have to retain our brain also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think Professor there is clearly led by example. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we do not have time for questions, but I'm
Professor,
sure
only 1 minute. I'll just as we are from all academic institutes, so there is a very good initiative under by CII, Niti Aayog and AICTE that is called as Digital Transformation for MSMEs, that is CII DXH program. And along with a lot of initiatives for MSME innovation, then so we can also be a part where industry and academic system can be improved and we can contribute to the Viksit Bharat 2047. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think this panel has been quite diverse. We've had members from industry, from education, and really I think the next phase is to start acting and to make the gap between industry and academia much smaller than what it is. And I think AI and technology is really going to play a very important role in that. And with this, I would like to conclude this session and pass on my regards and heartfelt thanks for all of you this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hari, for a wonderful session steered by you. I request all the panelists, esteemed panelists, to come forward for a photograph. I thank all the panelists, Mr. Gupta, Dr. Kulkarni, and Dr. Sharma, for being with us today. After this, I request Hari to hand over few mementos to the esteemed panelists. So with this, we conclude this session. We'll break for lunch and come back at 2:30 p.m. for the CHRO roundtable. We have 5 sectoral CHROs coming and talking about the kind of job roles they have and going to have in near future, as well as the kind of talent need.
Education, the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has also been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 11 years. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 3 decades ago. Today it is home to over 250,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 90 diverse disciplines across 12 universities and 29 schools. Strong focus on research and innovation has led
Check test. Check 1. Sound test. Check 1. Check. Check test. Check. Ara audio. Check.
Institution for Patents and Commercialization. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship program.
जूम का खोल दो उसका इसका माइक म्यूट करो इससे बोलो हाँ नीरज आ रहा है मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है 1 2 3 हेलो आ रही है ठीक है डन डन डन
Companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates. Amity University is dedicated to grooming future leaders to become not only competent professionals, but also value-driven human beings with a deep passion for humanity, who together will change the world.
Before she built bridges, businesses, and breakthroughs, she built herself. At PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, every step forward is a step into the future. In June 1963, under the visionary leaders Sri G.R. Govindrajulu and Srimati G. Chandrakanti, a temple of learning was born. With a mission to empower women through education, KCW became a beacon of transformation. Today, with over 125,000 plus alumni across 25 plus countries, the legacy continues. Strong, proud and purposeful. From chalkboards to smart boards, from tradition to innovation, we have grown and so have our dreams. With 70 plus programs, 425 plus faculty and 8,500 plus students, KCW is a thriving ecosystem of learning and leadership. At KCW, she chooses her path from a diverse spectrum of disciplines, each designed to empower, inspire and prepare her for the future. From commerce to computational sciences, from fashion to fintech, from psychology to physics, every program is a gateway to possibility. Home away from home. The GRG main hostel is more than just accommodation. With 10 hostels housing over 2,500 students, it's where friendships are built and futures are nurtured. She builds strength of body and spirit. Our sports arena fosters discipline, teamwork and resilience, from international champions to everyday wellness. She is a scientist, a social worker, a CEO, a teacher, and she started here. KCW nurtures globally responsible citizens committed to justice, equality, and a functioning society. GRG School of Management Studies. The business school within KCW is a globally accredited hub for women aspiring to lead. With an AICTE approved MBA and ACBSP International Accreditation, GRG School of Management Studies shapes ethical, competent leaders. Empowerment goes beyond the classroom. The Rural Women Technology Park, RWTP, trains women across 21 panchayats in areas such as water purification, millet-based products, banana fiber crafts, solar dehydration, fortification of foods, and entrepreneurship. It's where knowledge meets livelihood and transformation begins. Excellence is not just a tradition, it's a habit. Ranked number 9 among colleges in India by NIRF 2025. NAC accreditation. A++ grade with 3.71 CGPA. UGC College of Excellence. Recognized under DBT Builder, DST FIST, BIRAC e-Yuva and ACABC programs. A proud partner of the Study in India initiative. Excellence is engineered. Our centers of excellence drive innovation in biotechnology, agribusiness, entrepreneurship, logistics and supply chain management, sustainable technologies, and digital transformation.
India is taking rapid strides towards its vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is proving to be a transformative catalyst in this rise. At Vishwakarma, we are ready to play a constructive role in India's progress. Be it the Vishwakarma Institute of Technology or Vishwakarma University, AI forms an integral part of our learning infrastructure. Across our campuses, we have set up state-of-the-art labs. Our NVIDIA and IFM automation labs are the epicenters of AI-driven research and automation. We have established multiple centers of excellence in diverse areas. These centers of excellence work closely with subject matter experts from leading companies. Our teams work on real-world problems to develop AI-led solutions across sectors and industries. These collaborations have yielded several promising projects and outcomes. Our faculty and students continuously undertake AI-related trainings by industry mentors. Our students are challenged to sharpen their skills through AI boot camps and hackathons. EduPlus Campus, our homegrown platform, leverages AI to deliver intuitive learning and ERP solutions. Moreover, our curriculum is fully aligned with national education policy guidelines, with AI seamlessly integrated across disciplines. Vishwakarma Group sees education as an enormous tree that nurtures its students. At its roots is academic excellence. The roots grow into a strong trunk made up of well-rounded learning resources. And at the top is a canopy of outcomes that help drive growth and nation building. From classrooms to nation building, Vishwakarma is ready to contribute to India's AI workforce.
Amity University has been ranked among the top 3% universities globally by QS and Times Higher Education, the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has also been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 11 years. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 3 decades ago. Today it is home to over 250,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 90 diverse disciplines across 12 universities and 29 schools. Amity's strong focus on research and innovation has led to the filing of over 2,600 patents. Amity is also engaged in conducting more than 500 high-end government-funded as well as international research projects, including those funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, United States Agency of International Development and the Leverhulme Trust UK. Recently, the Indian Intellectual Property Office of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, has conferred the National Intellectual Property Award on Amity for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship programs, benefiting over 25,000 students. These students are blazing a trail of success, having filed over 1,600 patents and published more than 9,000 Scopus-indexed research papers. The award-winning Innovation Incubator on campus has nurtured more than 100 companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates. Amity University is dedicated to grooming future leaders to become not only competent professionals but also value-driven human beings with a deep passion for humanity, who together will change the world.
Before she built bridges, businesses, and breakthroughs, she built herself. At PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, every step forward is a step into the future. In June 1963, under the visionary leaders Sri G.R. Govindrajulu and Srimati G. Chandrakanti, a temple of learning was born. With a mission to empower women through education, KCW became a beacon of transformation. Today, with over 1,25,000 plus alumni across 25 plus countries, the legacy continues. Strong, proud and purposeful. From chalkboards to smart boards, from tradition to innovation, we have grown and so have our dreams. With 70 plus programs, 425 plus faculty and 8,500 plus students, KCW is a thriving ecosystem of learning and leadership. At KCW, she chooses her path from a diverse spectrum of disciplines, each designed to empower, inspire and prepare her for the future. From commerce to computational sciences, from fashion to fintech, from psychology to physics, every program is a gateway to possibility. Home away from home. The GRG main hostel is more than just accommodation. With 10 hostels housing over 2,500 students, it's where friendships are built and futures are nurtured. She builds strength of body and spirit. Our sports arena fosters discipline, teamwork and resilience. From international champions to everyday wellness. She is a scientist, a social worker, a CEO, a teacher, and she started here. KCW nurtures globally responsible citizens committed to justice, equality, and a functioning society. GRG School of Management Studies. The business school within KCW is a globally accredited hub for women aspiring to lead. With an AICTE approved MBA and ACBSP International Accreditation, GRG School of Management Studies shapes ethical, competent leaders. Empowerment goes beyond the classroom. The Rural Women Technology Park, RWTP, trains women across 21 panchayats in areas such as water purification, millet-based products, banana fiber crafts, solar dehydration, fortification of foods, and entrepreneurship. It's where knowledge meets livelihood and transformation begins. Excellence is not just a tradition, it's a habit. Ranked number 9 among colleges in India by NIRF 2025. NAC accreditation. A++ grade with 3.71 CGPA. UGC College of Excellence. Recognized under DBT Builder, DST FIST, BIRAC e-Yuva and ACABC programs. A proud partner of the Study in India initiative. Excellence is engineered. Our centers of excellence drive innovation in biotechnology, agribusiness, entrepreneurship, logistics and supply chain management, sustainable technologies and digital transformation. At the GRG Gen Next, innovation meets imagination. A first-of-its-kind initiative empowers students to explore emerging technologies and lead in a digital-first world. Placement is not a destination, it's a journey of preparation. The Training and Placement Cell bridges academia and industry with top recruiters like TCS, Deloitte, Zoho and Amazon welcoming our graduates. The future is global and so is her education. At PSGR KCW, international collaborations empower students to explore, connect and lead across borders. She builds the future and it begins here, where legacy meets possibility.
India is taking rapid strides towards its vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is proving to be a transformative catalyst in this rise. At Vishwakarma, we are ready to play a constructive role in India's progress. Be it the Vishwakarma Institute of Technology or Vishwakarma University, AI forms an integral part of our learning infrastructure. Across our campuses, we have set up state-of-the-art labs. Our NVIDIA and IFM automation labs are the epicenters of AI-driven research and automation. We have established multiple centers of excellence in diverse areas. These centers of excellence work closely with subject matter experts from leading companies. Our teams work on real-world problems to develop AI-led solutions across sectors and industries. These collaborations have yielded several promising projects and outcomes. Our faculty and students continuously undertake AI-related trainings by industry mentors. Our students are challenged to sharpen their skills through AI boot camps and hackathons. EduPlus Campus, our homegrown platform, leverages AI to deliver intuitive learning and ERP solutions. Moreover, our curriculum is fully aligned with national education policy guidelines, with AI seamlessly integrated across disciplines. Vishwakarma Group sees education as an enormous tree that nurtures its students. At its roots is academic excellence. The roots grow into a strong trunk made up of well-rounded learning resources. And at the top is a canopy of outcomes that help drive growth and nation building. From classrooms to nation building, Vishwakarma is ready to contribute to India's AI workforce.
Amity University has been ranked among the top 3% universities globally by QS and Times Higher Education, the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has also been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 11 years. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 3 decades ago. Today it is home to over 250,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 90 diverse disciplines across 12 universities and 29 schools. Amity's strong focus on research and innovation has led to the filing of over 2,600 patents. Amity is also engaged in conducting more than 500 high-end government-funded as well as international research projects, including those funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, United States Agency of International Development and the Leverhulme Trust UK. Recently, the Indian Intellectual Property Office of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, has conferred the National Intellectual Property Award on Amity for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship programs, benefiting over 25,000 students. These students are blazing a trail of success, having filed over 1,600 patents and published more than 9,000 Scopus-indexed research papers. The award-winning Innovation Incubator on campus has nurtured more than 100 companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates. Amity University is dedicated to grooming future leaders to become not only competent professionals, but also value-driven human beings with a deep passion for humanity, who together will change the world.
Before she built bridges, businesses, and breakthroughs, she built herself. At PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, every step forward is a step into the future. In June 1963, under the visionary leaders Shri G.R. Govindrajulu and Srimati G. Chandrakanti, a temple of learning was born. With a mission to empower women through education, KCW became a beacon of transformation. Today, with over 1,25,000 plus alumni across 25 plus countries, the legacy continues. Strong, proud and purposeful. From chalkboards to smart boards, from tradition to innovation, we have grown and so have our dreams. With 70 plus programs, 425 plus faculty and 8,500 plus students, KCW is a thriving ecosystem of learning and leadership. At KCW, she chooses her path from a diverse spectrum of disciplines, each designed to empower, inspire and prepare her for the future. From commerce to computational sciences, from fashion to fintech, from psychology to physics, every program is a gateway to possibility. Home away from home. The GRG main hostel is more than just accommodation. With 10 hostels housing over 2,500 students, it's where friendships are built and futures are nurtured. She builds strength of body and spirit. Our sports arena fosters discipline, teamwork, and resilience. From international champions to everyday wellness. She is a scientist, a social worker, a CEO, a teacher, and she started here. KCW nurtures globally responsible citizens committed to justice, equality, and a functioning society. GRG School of Management Studies. The business school within KCW is a globally accredited hub for women aspiring to lead. With an AICTE approved MBA and ACBSP International Accreditation, GRG School of Management Studies shapes ethical, competent leaders. Empowerment goes beyond the classroom. The Rural Women Technology Park, RWTP, trains women across 21 panchayats in areas such as water purification, millet-based products, banana fiber crafts, solar dehydration, fortification of foods, and entrepreneurship. It's where knowledge meets livelihood and transformation begins. Excellence is not just a tradition, it's a habit. Ranked number 9 among colleges in India by NIRF 2025. NAC accreditation. A++ grade with 3.71 CGPA. UGC College of Excellence. Recognized under DBT Builder, DST FIST, BIRAC e-Yuva and ACABC programs. A proud partner of the Study in India initiative. Excellence is engineered. Our centers of excellence drive innovation in biotechnology, agribusiness, entrepreneurship, logistics and supply chain management, sustainable technologies, and digital transformation. At the GRG Gen Next, innovation meets imagination. A first-of-its-kind initiative empowers students to explore emerging technologies and lead in a digital-first world. Placement is not a destination, it's a journey of preparation. The Training and Placement Cell bridges academia and industry with top recruiters like TCS, Deloitte, Zoho and Amazon welcoming our graduates. The future is global, and so is her education. At PSGR KCW, international collaborations empower students to explore, connect and lead across borders. She builds the future, and it begins here, where legacy meets possibility.
India is taking rapid strides towards its vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is proving to be a transformative catalyst in this rise. At Vishwakarma, we are ready to play a constructive role in India's progress. Be it the Vishwakarma Institute of Technology or Vishwakarma University, AI forms an integral part of our learning infrastructure. Across our campuses, we have set up state-of-the-art labs. Our NVIDIA and IFM automation labs are the epicenters of AI-driven research and automation. We have established multiple centers of excellence in diverse areas. These centers of excellence work closely with subject matter experts from leading companies. Our teams work on real-world problems to develop AI-led solutions across sectors and industries. These collaborations have yielded several promising projects and outcomes. Our faculty and students continuously undertake AI-related trainings by industry mentors. Our students are challenged to sharpen their skills through AI boot camps and hackathons. EduPlus Campus, our homegrown platform, leverages AI to deliver intuitive learning and ERP solutions. Moreover, our curriculum is fully aligned with national education policy guidelines, with AI seamlessly integrated across disciplines. Vishwakarma Group sees education as an enormous tree that nurtures its students. At its roots is academic excellence. The roots grow into a strong trunk made up of well-rounded learning resources. And at the top is a canopy of outcomes that help drive growth and nation building. From classrooms to nation building, Vishwakarma is ready to contribute to India's AI workforce.
Amity University has been ranked among the top 3% universities globally by QS and Times Higher Education, the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has also been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 11 years. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 3 decades ago. Today it is home to over 250,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 90 diverse disciplines across 12 universities and 29 schools. Amity's strong focus on research and innovation has led to the filing of over 2,600 patents. Amity is also engaged in conducting more than 500 high-end government-funded as well as international research projects, including those funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, United States Agency of International Development and the Leverhulme Trust UK. Recently, the Indian Intellectual Property Office of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, has conferred the National Intellectual Property Award on Amity for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship programs, benefiting over 25,000 students. These students are blazing a trail of success, having filed over 1,600 patents and published more than 9,000 Scopus-indexed research papers. The award-winning Innovation Incubator on campus has nurtured more than 100 companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates. Amity University is dedicated to grooming future leaders to become not only competent professionals, but also value-driven human beings with a deep passion for humanity, who together will change the world.
Before she built bridges, businesses, and breakthroughs, she built herself. At PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, every step forward is a step into the future. In June 1963, under the visionary leaders Shri G.R. Govindrajulu and Srimati G. Chandrakanti, a temple of learning was born. With a mission to empower women through education, KCW became a beacon of transformation. Today, with over 1,25,000 plus alumni across 25 plus countries, the legacy continues. Strong, proud and purposeful. From chalkboards to smartboards, from tradition to innovation, we have grown and so have our dreams. With 70 plus programs, 425 plus faculty and 8,500 plus students, KCW is a thriving ecosystem of learning and leadership. At KCW, she chooses her path from a diverse spectrum of disciplines, each designed to empower, inspire and prepare her for the future. From commerce to computational sciences, from fashion to fintech, from psychology to physics, every program is a gateway to possibility. Home away from home. The GRG main hostel is more than just accommodation. With 10 hostels housing over 2,500 students, it's where friendships are built
Another 5 minutes. I request delegates to kindly be seated and settle down. Thank you. So, I would request the session chair, Professor A. Venkatraman, Dean, Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, to kindly come onto the dais. Ms. Jaya Singh Panda, Chief L&D Officer, Tata Steel Limited, to kindly come onto the dais. Mr. Kulvinder Sarao, CHEO, Senior Vice President from Panacea Biotech, to kindly come onto the dais. I request Ms. Deepa Chadha, CHRO from Tata MG, to kindly come onto the dais. I request invite Ms. Rakhi Jaggi, Head Talent Management, Sony India Private Limited, to kindly come onto the dais. So in this session, we would like to hear from various sectoral CHROs about the kind of, at the age of disruption, the kind of job roles as well as talent needs which are going to come up in the next 5 to 10 years. Based on that, which will give you some kind of insights on what kind of improvements, what kind of course correction you need to do in order to make your graduates readily employable. With these words, I would like to request Professor Venkatraman to initiate the panel discussion.
I'll use it here. Okay. Good afternoon. Still lunch effects? It's a big challenge for me now to not to let you go to sleep. But I'm sure with the diverse set of panels and the most experienced people in the panel, I am sure you are not going to go, feel a desire to go to sleep. At the outset, I think all of us, I'll not take too much time because I'm sure you are here to listen to them rather than me. At the outset, let's start with this last 2 decades of debate that we have been having. Ad nauseum, we have been saying that all our graduates coming from different educational backgrounds are unemployable. To the extent that there was a time when we came to a figure about 70% of our engineering graduates are not employable. Now, where do we really point fingers at? Is it that the labor market is so that students are not interested anymore in the manufacturing companies, so the engineering graduates, when they are attending a class in civil engineering or mechanical or electrical, I use this phrase, they look up the faculty member and say, "Bako, hum to Infosys jaane wale." Right? The manufacturing job was giving them only about 15,000-20,000 rupees, whereas a data entry operator or maybe an associate or an analyst in an IT company gives them something like about 40,000 rupees. So every parent's desire is to make their children engineers, but where do they finally land up? That's the first question. That's a labor market kind of asymmetry there. The second is about the problem of the pedagogical, whether you call it as rigor, the pedagogical orientation, the pedagogical framework. While the industry wants readily made skills that can be deployed immediately after they are hired, the educational institutions have a different kind of a mandate, so to say. They are at a little broader content delivery, content generation, content absorption. So it's not about giving that I will send 10 engineers to Sony and then they will become very easily employable. I can't do that every batch. And therefore there is this element of industry expectation and what an academic institution can do. The third element here that complicates this issue is about the entire generational shift that we are seeing in terms of aspirations and attitudes of students. Gen Z is today very transactional and they want everything to be in quick reward, and their affiliation to a company is, rather I would put it in a different way, their loyalty is more to their skills rather than to the organization where they function. Society too expects that you need to have only white-collar job, never get into this, night shift work in Tata Steel. So, given this kind of dynamics that are affecting the higher education system, we also need to reflect upon what are the kind of macroeconomic conditions in which we are living. India is racing ahead in terms of its economic growth. There is a lot of aspiration that we are expressing ourselves that we will be Viksit Bharat in 2047. And there is a great deal of push for Make in India. That would mean that at one point of time, we missed the bus in manufacturing sector. We somehow caught on with the service industry. But the service industry also happened to be more of process-driven rather than product-driven. And as a result, we have as famously said by Mr. Arun Jaitley, I still remember that particular word or expression. We don't want to generate graduates who sell Chinese goods. Unfortunately, we have come to a stage where gig economy is flourishing. And what's the future of this particular kind of industry segment? So the last one that I would require to think about is in terms of how educational institutions can have a closer understanding with the industry. It doesn't matter whether they are in manufacturing or in any other segment. The influence of, we have known this ad nauseum, so I don't want to repeat this once again because I'm sure in the morning you heard it to your earful about the influence of artificial intelligence and also agentification, all right? But the question is, how do we cope up with all these dynamic changes and a rapid change that is taking place in the industry segment? And how can we insulate ourselves and say that our job is to improve the academic content rather than supplying readily available talent to the industry? So somewhere, this long-drawn debate about closer interface between the academic and the industry has to fructify. We can't keep on talking about this all the time ad nauseum. And to explore these dimensions, I have 5, right now 4, wonderful and diverse industry segment panelists with very rich experience in their forte. And I'm going to turn to each one of them asking few questions in 3 rounds. And I'm going to, since our time is limited, so I'm going to really ask each one of them to comment upon their own observations in 3 minutes. So I have 5 speakers. So 15 minutes for each round. We will take 3 rounds. And afterwards, we'll open up for the question and answer. The first question to Jayaji. She is perhaps the most experienced person here. I'm going to look at the questions and the panel, these 3 rounds into 3 different dimensions. The first is the past and the present. Ms. Jaya, can you highlight in your company or in your industry segment, what has been the kind of a transition that you have seen in the last few years in terms of not only the place of work, the nature of jobs, and also the kind of skills that have become essential to not only survive, but also to thrive? And what has been your industry response to keeping your employees engaged, your talent strategies to keep them up to date with what is technologically becoming more difficult one?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor. Long question. Hopefully, I'll remember to answer all of it. But yes, like most of you would know, Tata Steel, the Jamshedpur plant, is Asia's first integrated steel plant. It has over 100 years of existence. And traditionally a BF-BOF route of steel making. Today, as we talk, the climate change imperative is very much real, and therefore the focus on how to look at decarbonization, at the same time digital technologies disrupting the way we work. So lots is happening in the environment, and steel industry also, and Tata Steel for sure, is also in the midst of all the changes that's happening in terms of technology, whether it's a steel making technology or digital technologies and otherwise. In the last couple of years, while we've had a traditionally rich experience of making iron and steel in the traditional manner, The focus today is on seeing how to make green steel, looking at electric arc furnace, how to see hydrogen-based DRI, looking at scrap recycling business, entire new logistics, supply chain to deal with scrap. And all of this is very much new even in the India, if I look at it from a country point of view. So there is a lot of development that's happening, and we are setting up a new plant in Ludhiana, which is electric arc furnace. We have set up a steel recycling business to feed our EF plants, and this will gradually grow into, move into the western zone, into the southern zone, and so on and so forth. So technology is really changing. For our existing units, coking coal-based steel making is not going away very fast and very soon. So how do we implement new technologies like carbon capture and utilization storage? How do we look at hydrogen transportation, etc.? So multiple things are happening in terms of technology. At the same time, like you said, I believe you've had a lot of talk around AI and Gen AI. In steel industry too, a lot of you may be surprised, but it's very much becoming an integral way of how we work. At Tata Steel, we have more than 600 AI models across the value chain, from raw material to marketing and sales. A lot of our steel is getting sold online. There are AI agentic models, agents who are dealing with prediction analysis. They are dealing with detecting defects, multiple such areas of work, right from raw material. So what is all this doing in terms of people? Obviously, the skills that were okay till yesterday is no longer sufficient. I'm an engineer, I did my engineering many years ago, but when we studied engineering in those days, it was a single domain-specific engineering skill that we learned and went into industry. But today we are in a time where cross-domain skill has become very important. It's not enough to be just a metallurgist, but you have to be a metallurgist who's also good at understanding the AI/ML landscape as well. So there is a lot of cross-domain skills that are required. Every person has to necessarily understand data. You have requirements of data scientists, and multiple such new roles are emerging because of the technology that is speedily coming into the way we work, whether it's on the steel making technology or digital otherwise. And all of this translates into new skills for people. And therefore, a lot of emphasis on upskilling, a lot of emphasis on reskilling people. In Tata Steel, we also have a technical institute which is more than 100 years old, and we've been doing this progressively. As we do pilots, as we do experimentation, we make sure that all that tacit knowledge is captured, and then we use that tacit knowledge to really provide that as a learning asset to our people. And there is a continuous evolving of skills that's happening in the company. The talent management strategies obviously is also impacted as a result of it, how you do your hiring. And today in Tata Steel, believe me, we talk of moving away from qualification-based hiring to more of skill-based hiring. We have developed an internal platform which is to promote people to, irrespective of where you work, if you're interested in a different area of work, you can take up projects, build your skill, and you can move to that particular domain even if you don't belong, if you don't have a qualification in that area. So it's more of skill-based hiring rather than qualification-based hiring. And obviously the technologies are helping us to do all of the work that was very tactical in nature, very repetitive in nature earlier. That gets handled by the AI models that we have, leaving more time to do better analysis and more specific interventions that are required. So the entire landscape is changing, whether it's the work or the talent strategies. The workplace itself is getting changed because you're dealing and working with models, you're working with so many other different aspects at the workplace. So in a nutshell, I mean, a lot of people may think that steel industry will be a little far behind in this system, but there is a rapid change that's really coming up as far as we are concerned.
Thank you, Joya. I think I remember long ago reading this book, John Naisbitt, Megatrends 2000. A very interesting one. They talk about 10 different megatrends that will impact the businesses in 2000. This is way back in 86, 85, 87. There they used to talk about this notion called half-life concept for a skill. The notion of a half-life was borrowed from nuclear science. That an isotope loses its, the potency if it is dormant. So the analogy here is that an engineer who passes out in the year 2000, by 2002, at that point of time he predicted that they will become half an engineer, because by the time the amount of knowledge and the kind of technology that would have undergone change is 50% more than what the person knows. So the example that what Jaya gave from Tata Steel is, you need to be agile. If you aren't able to absorb and modify your talent strategies accordingly, you are going to become fossil. So in order to really create that kind of ability to synthesize and absorb the need for a new talent or new kind of skills, you need to be constantly on your toes. That's one lesson that Jaya mentioned. I'm going to turn to Kulvinder. Kulvinder, you are in more or less like a life-saving, cutting-edge kind of technology area. Biotechnology is so rapidly evolving with a greater influence of technology and more so with artificial intelligence, with all kinds of customized medicine that can be possible. How do you really, what has been the kind of transition that has taken place in the last 5-6 years? And how well are you able to groom your talent to cope up with this kind of changes, especially in a company like a biotechnology?
Okay, thank you. See, I come from a pharmaceutical and vaccine organization. It's Panacea Biotech. And first of all, we are the company which has been able to eradicate polio from India. We have supplied nearly 10 billion doses of polio vaccines, and we are also supplying worldwide through UNICEF. So I think that's the achievement which our organization has. And coming to Professor's point, basically when we look at, where do we lack as, as India? First of all, when we look at the multinational companies, the innovation. I think innovation where we lack as India today. And when you go to institutes, what you find is that students still do not have the innovation mindset. Any institute you go, and anyone, if you ask that how much time it will take for you to innovate an innovative product, whether it is a pharmaceutical product or a vaccine product, no person, no institute is making them aware as to, what is the timelines in which they have to come out with innovative products. When you look at all these innovative companies like Pfizer's and Abbott's of the world, what you find them, they have at least not less than 80 to 90 molecules which are in clinical phase trial 3. That means they will become products in days to come. I think that's the biggest change which we need to bring in India, in the institutes. And when we go and hire people, again, there is a big gap in terms of what is being taught to them and what is the industry requirement. What do we require? Because as Jaya was talking about that, skill has become more important than qualification. I think when we hire these students from institute and bring to the organization, what you find them, they don't know anything about how to work in an industry. Nothing. You have to start from scratch. Now to take care of that, what we have done is, when we are hiring from different institutes now, we hire them as trainee scientific officers. What we are doing, we are giving them 6 months projects. Whatever they have studied, they have to implement as projects in the company so that they learn also and then they bring something in terms of their understanding also overall. Because what happens is, for example, if I hire a plain MSc, biotechnology, he has to understand complete processing, upstream processing, downstream processing, various equipments, various things. Now, the academic is not teaching them anything, all these things. So they will become redundant for us. So that's why what we have changed the program, we are now hiring, we are bringing them and giving them on a project based, we are helping them to come with the organization. And
again, with the technology coming in, AI coming in, there are a lot of areas where, that is helping us in terms of whether it is innovation in research and development centers, whether it is manufacturing, supply chain, all across, the AI is helping the organization today. And I think people are moving from doing the routine jobs, which people are doing more of a decision-based jobs rather than getting into data analytics of their own, which is being done through AI. I think that's the stage where we are today.
Thank you, Kulvinder. I'm going to turn to Raki, and I'm going to ask this very uncomfortable question. You are now a parent, and you perhaps would also answer this question. Is the school skilling the creative? As Kulvinder mentioned, that there is a lot of desire for improving the innovative ability of students. Are the schools the culprits for cramming the students with loads of content and performing in the examination rather than thinking creatively? And does that particular, I somehow tend to feel that by the time the students come to a graduation or a post-graduation, they are fatigued. They just don't want to be in the class. All right? So how do you really recreate that mojo for them? And a company like yours, where there is this combination of entertainment, electronics, cutting-edge kind of a technology, so you have this kind of a challenge of, unless you are not creative, you are not going to be really making your business model more successful.
Yes,
Where is the root for this? And how have you coped up with it?
I think very difficult question. I'm a mother of 7-year-old and my daughter is in grade 2. And we were discussing offline that how schools are, and kudos to our education, I think long way to go, but they are coming in a pace and they've started educating students very differently, more experience-based rather than, only bookish knowledge they are giving. From grade 1, they're trying to do that, and as a parent we feel good about it, but somewhere still, when we look at other countries, how they are progressing in education, especially schooling, because that's when your base starts, for anybody who move to college and then to corporate. Yes, I think education industry is doing good, and schools are trying to cope up with this. I'll give you an example. And I totally feel that even in corporate, students in college or in schools, the success mantra will be somebody who will learn by themselves. You as a talent head or as a L&D head, my team or my employees reach out to my team and say, we are looking for a functional training, we are looking for Excel training, we are still looking for a PPT training. I say, no, this is not the way we need to learn now. These things you learn it by your own. There are a lot of things available. Learn by your own. We have moved from, in Sony, we have moved from this training to experiential training. It's more of a, collaborative trainings. So our all trainings do not have function-wise training. We combine all the functions together. For example, my Marcom team, if they want to define anything, they want to do any campaign, they will work very collaboratively with my product team. So all the teams will sit together and will design the curriculum or the campaign. So it's no more a way wherein you are working or studying in silos. I was giving an example of my daughter. So she came to me and she said, I'm a news reader in my school. Every Tuesday and Thursday I need to get a news. Mama, help me getting me a news. I said, okay, why don't you ask Alexa? She'll help you, and then because she's a skater and she runs, she'll every time ask Alexa, can you tell me who's the best skater in the world? And she'll ask different questions, but then I'll teach her different prompts to give. So I think students also need to learn very fast the technology, AI. Even the colleges need to adopt that, schools need to adopt that, else it becomes very, very difficult when they grow up and move to corporates. Another thing to the colleges, as a corporate, we look at students who start, working from day one. So we were facing this challenge from Sony side.
from last 3-4 years, and how do we do it? Because they take almost 9 months to understand the organization and then to understand the process of the organizations. Every organization works very differently. We did tie up with few colleges and we started this program of long-term internships. And that has been a success mantra for us from last 3 years. They come to us in their second year, we give them live projects, they work very closely with my division heads. And then we give them pre-placement offers and absorb them in different roles. Irrespective of what study they have done, we see their skill set, what is that they're liking, and they are doing very, very good in our organizations. So I think college collaboration and corporate collaboration has also become very, very important in terms of designing the curriculum, in terms of what is that we are looking at. We also few colleges also approached us, we want your leadership to mentor our students from second year or in engineering from third year, so that they start understanding in advance, how corporate works. So I think that's become a mix of, a success right now for us in Sony. Yeah.
Good. All right. I turn to Deepa. Deepa, you represent a very interesting, industry, wherein you do use a lot of gig workers, and you also have technology that is very much part of your entire, business model, and the traditional pharmaceutical products that you are trying to reach out at the doorsteps of people. And can you explain in the last few years that ever since Tata 1mg had come into major business, what has been the kind of transition that people had to go through in this short period of time that you are in your business? And how you have been able to cope up with this kind of, rapid, the bombardment of technology onto, and the competitors too, in your business? And how do you really create that element of talent management in your own company in order to retain these people?
Thank you for your question. I have barely completed a year with Tata 1mg, so hard for me to share very experientially what has happened over the last few years. But with the Tata Group, I've been associated more than 9 years now. Prior to this, I was with Vistara for 8 years. So I will be able to give you a holistic mix of how I'm seeing the transition happen. Interestingly, today what I represent, which is Tata 1mg, and we are pioneers in healthcare. We are #1 digital healthcare health tech firm in the country. Amongst the overall healthcare companies, we come amongst the top 10, out of which 6 are big, large hospitals, and that's where also we find our place. And we service 20,000 PIN codes. On the B2C side, you visit the Tata 1mg app, on which we have millions of SKUs available and customers who visit us. We are incidentally the #1 health tech platform in terms of healthcare traffic, and globally #5. So it's interesting that how a couple of years back, when you could imagine that you can actually order your medicine and within 30 minutes it will reach your doorstep, or you can make a quick call and find solutions to your healthcare related issues. So I think we have come a long way, and Tata 1mg has been a pioneer on that front. On the transition on skill set, I view it a little differently. I observe carefully as to what has not changed and what has evolved as a business model. So what has not changed, what keeps me very busy today, because we are so obsessively focused on a patient-centric model in terms of how we reach our customers, how we service our customers. So as a result, what is important to me is that how my frontline, how our doctors, how our nurses, how our pharmacists, how our phlebotomists, how all cohorts of staff who are front-facing the customer, are aligned are unified in their thinking, in their emotion, in their skill sets as far as service is concerned, which is not very different from how I used to look at that when I was working at Vistara, and I would think about pilots, cabin crew, airport staff, and looking at it in a unified way in terms of service excellence. So it's quite a bit of, same competence or, which has relevance in that context and also here. But what I mentioned earlier, when in an airline, you would think that you can have, like, in a couple of minutes, you can smooth through the airport and you have a Digi-Yatra, you have your face recognition, and you can, in matter of minutes, go through your security and not wait in long queues. So which is where the digital aspect comes into play, and when I'm comparing that at 1mg, that you are able to place your order and the same reaches you in 30 minutes time. So it's digitalization, which has definitely, which has completely overhauled the entire business model across various companies. I remember in 2008-9, when I was working at Airtel, and when, again, we were doing a similar crystal gazing and looking into the future, and that was a transition time from voice to data. So at that time, people didn't have smartphones. And I remember Manoj Kohli, who was our CEO then, and he would say, look outside the window and see how your customer is changing. And you could see people on the road, even a common man who was having a phone in his hand. And today, you see that transition of behavior changing even in your homes when you have your help coming to you and sharing with you the latest news which are happening. Otherwise, it was like a monopoly of few or the intellectuals who are reading current affairs, who are preparing for their IS exams and so on. Whereas now you perhaps get to know the latest what is happening from your help at home or from your driver in the car or so on and so forth. So I think there is a complete level playing field which this digitalization has created, and you can see the transition from, say, industrial age to information age to, internet age, and that transition from voice to data that I just spoke about. And now, of course, we are talking about AI, and we'll talk about more later in the session. But as I said, when I observe, I do see things which have not changed, and that service excellence approach, which no matter what industry you are working in. So that's, its relevance is so very important. For me today, perhaps that empathy, how do we nurture that in our organization? The quality, most important, especially in the industry that I represent. As customers, we are so keen when we buy gold, that whether it's Hallmark certified or not. When we buy white goods products, whether they are ISI certified or not. But when we buy medicines, we just assume that they are authentic, whereas there is data, there are reports which show that maybe 25 to 40%, and I don't know what exactly is the right number, of medicines out there which may be counterfeit. So it's the emphasis on quality is so very important to us to ingrain that in the DNA of our people, so that how the medicines are procured, how they are stored, how they reach our customer, in terms of cold chain, in terms of authenticity. So all these things are of as obsessive importance to us. That trust, which we will make, and I think Jaya can relate to when we talk about Tatas and trust. But whether it's Vistara, whether it is Tata Steel, but it's just its nature which changes when I talk about trust in medicines. So that's where, the trust element in terms of these skills which we have to, speed, which has become so important, which was always important, but I think even in today's world is even more important in terms of agility and speed, and which is where when you said gig workers or the speed of delivery, now I don't know whether it's 15 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever is that right thing to do to view holistically a customer experience, and also your balance with your employee experience, which is important. Cost. Now, whether I'm looking at pilot economics as far as airline is concerned, or I'm looking at pharmacist economics as far as my stores or retail industry is concerned. So I think that's where you juxtapose and you draw comparison, but some things which don't change, but you just have to get sharper and sharper and more, more focused about it, and some things which are business models which evolve, which is the business model from buying across the table in a retail store versus online, and which is where digitalization plays its part. So I don't know whether I've answered the question.
Thanks, Deepa. I think she played with the business model, but you just have to look at it from the impact of that on society. We recently did a paper, and this was a quasi-experimental study in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh, where we tested the out-of-pocket expenses for patients who went and bought the medicine from the drugstore and through a smartphone or apps like 1mg. And we found that 50% of out-of-pocket expenses comes down. Imagine that's a huge out-of-pocket expenses for every patient. And if this kind of a model really goes to the last mile, there was a time we tried doing a drone supply of medicines in Himachal Pradesh, but that required a little bit of a problem with the government because of Chinese border and all that kind of a licensing issue. But look at the social impact this kind of business model brings in. And the nature of this particular business model is how do the last mile person empathize with the patient? And that's where we are talking about that a skill can be technical in nature, but also there has to be some element of the character, the values, the person's empathy towards the last mile customer. And there is no better persons than Vistara or maybe Tata Group to really talk about it. But I'm going to move to another speaker who is going to bring in a very interesting, because she is at the crossroads of the fintech industry, or rather she is at the crossroads of technology influencing a business model, and you don't know tomorrow. Isn't it, Sambhavi? So yesterday was a passé, and tomorrow is uncertain. So how do you really create that kind of preparation of your own skills in the company in terms of expect the unexpected?
Thank you for that question. I think what we've learned in the last few years, both with regulation and the industry landscape changes, is that change is the only constant. That's something that we knew, but now we've lived it. And I think one of the ways in which we are currently grappling with the very, very fast pace of change that our workforces are faced with is unlearn, relearn, and do it very fast. We have a very, very high degree of experimentation across our processes. It's really democratized. It's not just in tech when it comes to adoption of AI, etc. But we have that approach of experimenting and failing very fast across the board, across all our teams. So we are re-engineering some of our roles as we go along. Some of the entry-level work has changed. The nature of that work has changed. The repetitive nature of that work has been automated, or agentic AI has stepped in and taken care of some of that. For instance, the risk assessment, the fraud detection, underwriting, to an extent support of sales and service has been very ably kind of assisted with the AI. But that's the right thing. These roles are now more AI augmented. AI has not per se replaced them. So we feel that our larger population needs to be very comfortable dealing with AI, which means how to use it right, how to use it responsibly. So there is a lot of focus also on reinforcing ethical use, reinforcing stronger governance structures, and there are mandatory compliance trainings that we run across all of these areas to make sure that people who are using AI are using it in the right manner. And also, of course, the organization invests a great deal in terms of how are we supporting this learning. So we've tried in the last few years, some of the models that we've tried, we've found that self-paced is what works best for us, and I'm sure it's different for different organizations and industries. But the instructor-led, etc., did not yield the results that we were looking for. Peer learning comes close, but we found that self-paced is where the future is. So we allow for our people to choose from a wide variety of courses. Really, it's all of it is not AI specific. Essentially, skills that they think they will need in the role that they're doing today or in the role that they aspire to do tomorrow. There's also a lot of fungibility that we naturally have built into our roles across the company. So that allows people to really aspire to do very different things to what they're doing today. They know that's possible. It's a sea of opportunities within the PB FinTech ecosystem. Also, we have a few group companies, so that allows for more fungibility across different domains. So we're largely, the flagship brand is Policy Bazaar, which I think most of you would be familiar with. It's a household name now. It's pretty much transformed the way insurance is bought and sold in India. But also there is a fairly big lending marketplace, lending and credit marketplace that's part of the PB FinTech group. So there are movements in internal mobility across these brands, and we feel that, like a lot of, the panelists here have pointed out today, it's really the capabilities, the skills that one is focusing on building, because the technical skills are easier to acquire, and also they are faster to expire. So not a lot of focus kind of lies over there, but a lot more focus on critical thinking, on being able to participate in live projects which don't necessarily belong to your domain. So allowing a lot of cross-functional participation in projects is essentially how we're trying to tackle it.
Thank you. Thank you, Shambhavi. Now, I know that the large section of this particular audience here, a very well-informed audience, is an academic background. So I'm going to start with Deepa now. Deepa, can you give them certain inputs on, very pointedly, what should they really take to the class in terms of what kind of a curriculum, what kind of a topic, what kind of a pedagogical framework that each one of them should be focusing on if they were to aspire, the students were to aspire in industry like yours? Because although I wanted to ask a question on AI influence, but most of you have already little touched upon it. So I'm slightly changing that. So give them throw them some kind of a topic or some kind of a, courses that they can offer.
No, my daughter studies in grade 9, so I can just see how things are just transforming in a very, very big way. It's no longer incremental, but it is truly transformational. Memory test, according to me, is just dying, if I may just use that term. So it's completely losing its relevance in many ways. On AI, when you mention, then I just wonder whether I have anything to teach, though I'm running very many initiatives on AI in my organization to be a future-ready, organization, and how do we take everyone along in that journey. So we are, and we can talk about that later as to what we are doing. But every day, every moment, I'm surprised when my daughter comes back and teaches me so many things on how she's going about completing her assignments or project works using AI. So I think it's completely the opposite. If I would again reflect back in my 3 decades of experience, then when was the time when we had to take along staff and tell them about self-service applications and do training sessions and draw talent strategy over there and do a train-the-trainer program, identify skill sets. Again, I was mentioning Airtel, voice to data transition and updating our sales folks on data skills and so on. So on AI and what is staring us at us right now, even from us. So I think that learning is happening the other way around. So, when you call reverse mentoring, so it's the students who are surprising you every day. How my daughter or her friends are using various tools, apart from finishing their homework fast, various other tools to be creative. It's quite mind-boggling. There is nothing which I can do at home, whether it's my event management, whether it's my other creative thinking, without my daughter's support now is how I see. So I think application-based learning is very, very core. To maybe tying up with campuses to, in fact, at Tata 1MG, we have an interesting, which I figured out for maybe first time in my career, otherwise you tie up with colleges. We also invite school students to come and do their winter or summer internship with us, apart from our various other tie-ups with IIT Delhi, because our founders are from IIT and Stanford and so on. But otherwise, we do encourage a lot of schools to send us interns in our context. So I think practical, this partnership with the corporate sector, because as Rakhi also mentioned that 70-20-10 as a rule of L&D we always knew. Yeah, but at the same time, it's just that its relevance is so very key today, that it's all about being very practical, that what's happening. And that's where some skills which are not changing, and we just have to get even sharper about them in today's context. I don't know if I answered your question, but...
Yes, I think there is also a question that will be coming as a corollary about what is a possible way to engage with industries. You have already kind of hinted about some of them. I'm turning to Jay. I'm going to ask this question. For example, there is a lot of reluctance in the academics also about the absorption of AI technologies or ChatGPTs or generative AIs. And there is a reluctance that students may become a little more, they wouldn't put in that kind of hard work to learn, right? And therefore, there is a resistance to really accept anyone who generated a ChatGPT-based term paper or an assignment. Now, without that, without accepting this AI in our life, whether it is in academics or in our day-to-day life, we are not going to be skilled enough to really face the future technological changes. So what would be your kind of suggestion or a comment to the academics here in terms of should they be, really adopt it quickly and move on, or should they have a little bit of reluctance and make certain filters and then develop certain competencies in the people so that they are able to come to Tata Steel or manufacturing?
Interesting question, and always a topic of debate. Just like there are many people from academic institutions here, in Tata Steel also, like I mentioned, we have a technical institute 100+ years old. Do we allow people to use AI, ChatGPT, etc.? I think going forward it's a losing battle. The option of not allowing is going to be less and less. However, the challenge is how do we, even if you had the access to all the knowledge that's available in the world, how are we actually going to test the potential of people? So the challenge is more on the side of the academic institutions and people who are teaching or in this fraternity to be able to understand, the kind of skill that you're looking to build in students, and it's okay. If you see the way people learn overseas, they are doing self-learning. They earlier used to do loads of Google search. They had to draw their own inferences. Plagiarism was not allowed. Today you can do that whole search on ChatGPT much easily, but then you have to distill that knowledge. You have to be able to synthesize whatever you have seen and read to be able to come to the core of the topic that you're teaching. So I think while it is early days and we still debate whether we should allow or not, that's primarily because our questioning also perhaps is coming from the foundation of a rote-based learning. If we were to reflect on that and test the ability of students in their ability to distill knowledge, I think that is a space that we really need to work on to evolve. And you will have people, because they have done so much of research using these platforms, they will be so much more aware and so much more knowledgeable on the subject and more ready for whichever industry, be it steel or otherwise.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Kulvinder. Kulvinder, you did mention that some of our students are lacking that kind of creativeness or innovativeness and things like that. But ChatGPT kind of places require you to be extremely creative in order not to be caught. All right? Otherwise, you would be, you are just producing a plagiarized version of something. All right? Someone else's content, you are generating it as your own. How do we create that kind of curiosity at a level where people will become more natural in asking even the prompts. All right? And they would be intelligent enough. Remember, this is an artificial intelligence. The natural intelligence is still with us. All right? So how do we elevate that natural intelligence over the artificial intelligence? And you are in that kind of an area where molecules after molecules you will have to really keep on inventing.
I think that's where, you know, your common sense will come into place. When I say common sense, what I mean is that, you know, as Jaya said, you know, whether you, you know, agree or disagree, even the academia has to get with AI, you know. The chat GPTs and all of those world will continue to be with the academia also. Now the point will be that, you know, because what it will, chat GPT will help you in terms of, you know, all earlier data which is available, and through that data you are coming out with something in front of you. But you have to rationalize it whether this will help your research work or not. This will help, you know, or take you forward in that research or not. So for that to definitely, you know, whatever you have learned, the learning will be there. The learning has to be there. Whatever basics you are learning, basics will continue to be, you know, given by the academic institutes. You can't change that. If I have to, you know, do a job in cell culture, now how do I do a cell culture job? I need to continue with that understanding and, you know, understand that and then build on that. Chat GPT can help me in terms of, you know, in the cell culture process, how do I do it? But practical, when you're doing it, you have to do that. So I think what will be more important for anyone, even researchers or even students coming out from colleges, to have the basic learnings with them. That will not change, whether ChatGPT is there or whatever it comes. And then apply that, which will help you in the rate of, you know, change will be faster for you, it will be easier for you, but you have to utilize your common sense and understanding and knowledge to further take it. I think that's key.
Thank you. I will ask Raki now. Raki, if there are students and there is a sense of faculty members whose curriculum is already kind of you know, it's not very easy for you to have a centralized system like UGC or Ministry of Education to come up with a framework. This is where you need to follow. And at the same time, you need to be so nimble-footed in terms of changing the, you know, curriculum rapidly in order to keep up with the requirements. What would be your advice for, because you interact with a lot of undergraduate colleges, what would be the advice in terms of where do you really go with the Ministry of Education or NEP kind of a framework? And what would be, as educators here, that they need to really think beyond that overarching framework?
Okay. So I think it's been in HR for more than 17 years now, and I am interacting with a lot of colleges across India, all the states, and I work very closely with them, worked also on their curriculum part, which is not part of their curriculum as such, but, you know, colleges have to move very fast in terms of doing a practical knowledge rather than, you know, very, very strict curriculum. That will go side by side, but a practical knowledge and a tie-up with institutes. I'll give you a very small example. In my last assignment, we were facing an issue as an organization for skilled technicians. So it was an air conditioning industry, and the product was fine. It's a Japanese organization. But when it comes to technician who's, you know, putting the AC in your house, he or she is not skilled at all. What do we do? Then what we did, we reached to few colleges and we created this kind of technical skill set among students and trained them by my, you know, organization, and we also trained professors. So I think institutes have to collaborate with corporates, find out what are the issues they are facing, or how we can collaborate in terms of getting a better curriculum, which is more practical and which helps corporates also in getting students placed from day one, or maybe they grasp it more easily.
Okay, thank you, Rocky. Shambhavi, I am going to ask you the question that everyone perhaps would be asking, because you are in a kind of an industry segment which is almost touching everybody's desire too. Just about 3 courses that you think will pave way at the graduation level and would be also relevant, any 3 courses that you think would be relevant at a post-graduation level, which can, just as a bullets, all right? So whether it is feasible or not, that's for them to decide. But what do you think from your industry experience? That these are the skill sets that are important to survive and also to look at the future, and what could be the kind of a curriculum that they can adopt?
So I don't know if I can come up with 6, but I can give you a little context of why I'm proposing 3. I think the way I have seen the workplace evolve in terms of where value is getting created, whether it's in distinct roles or whether it's in collaboration, and how is the workplace structured today. So we're all aware it's more hybrid today, it's multi-generational, because about 5-6 years ago the Gen Z started to walk into the workplace. So I think at the core of all of this is our ability to collaborate with people to arrive at solutions, and that those collaborations are likely to be cross-functional, because that is where real value is getting created. So I think one very core thing which I don't think perhaps we are focusing on enough is our communication skills. I know every management, school, etc. will have a course on communication, but outcomes-based communication, communication which deepens collaboration, which allows people to see one another, which is where I'm bringing in the second recommendation, which is emotional intelligence. I think that is an area where it would be so helpful if, when we went to colleges and universities to hire, along with the report card and the CGPA, if we also got an EQ score. And there are multiple models universally used across the board, which one can pick up and say, hey, this is where students lie. And that's kind of like a pre-assessment you do when the student comes in, and you work on them throughout that 2-year, 3-year period to better that score, because a high EQ is a definite skill, a short way to success in today's corporate. I think that lastly would be critical thinking. Again, a lot of courses do offer that, but I will propose very humbly application-based critical thinking, where people are allowed to really do either live projects or use it in a manner where they're able to not just deal with the theory, but also the application of how they're going to do it, because they will need to learn there's no one right answer. It could be an iterative process. It may mean experimenting, failing, starting again. But that element of critical thinking, to use it as a weapon when needed, to kind of have it in your repertoire and be very confident that, okay, this is what I know how to do. And even if I fail in the first go, I'm going to be able to pull out, another kind of card. So these are my 3 recommendations, very, very humbly.
Thank you, Shambhavi. That was very useful. I'm turning to Jaya now. Jaya, how do educational institutions actually look into closer collaboration with industries like Tata Steel? There are some companies which are now wanting that they, for example, in MBA program, 1 year in your institute and 1 year you come over with us and work with us and we will absorb you. And this model is being resisted now because we don't really want the students to leave in between and then go and work just for the sake of employment, all right? So is there a way that there is a possible via media where industries can come together and say that we would be happy to have 10, 12, 15 educational institutions modeled across a closer collaboration, a pedagogy or a curriculum that are more relevant to the industry segments required, and what is necessary and what is not necessary in the curriculum? So where do you think, because this has been spoken for a number of years now, so what's a practical way to really implement this?
So very true, it's spoken for a number of years, and I think it's at the core of what NEP proposes. And while there is a need, I think it's a very important aspect. And if we were to do this, all this discussion about getting people who are ready to take on roles, we address a lot of problems if we were able to do this in a structured manner. At Tata Steel, we try and do this through multiple ways of connecting with academic institutions, whether it is to jointly take up research in various emerging fields, whether it's advanced material, whether it's in AI space, or whether it's on multiple areas of work that we do. So there is a lot of research that we are doing along with academic institutions globally as well as in India. And set up centers of innovation along with the academic institutions where real problems are getting solved between the academic institution and the organization, and therefore people are involved on both sides, students from that side, people working in the organization from this side. And since they are working alongside, so there are academic inputs and there is experiential knowledge and trying to innovate in spaces which are coming up and more true. As far as internships are concerned, yes, while today and most organizations would be having these schemes of getting in students in their second year, third year to come and intern and work on real-time challenges and then ultimately get a PPO or PPI, these are set practices. But I think the ability to have these co-op programs, it's not yet so something that we do in India. But many educational institutions outside, they do this very, very well. And the whole essence of co-op is to be able to give that experiential knowledge to the students and therefore help them to get placed in the right industry. So I think there is a need for us to look at how to build these co-op programs and also allow students to take a break in between to get industry experience. And this requires acceptance both from industry as well as the academic institutions. It's all about change management, because today the system is so well set that you will allow for an internship maybe in the third year. Candidates come in, they do an internship, they go out. So both sides need to work on this change. But I think it is very fundamental to whatever we have discussed so far to be able to give that experiential knowledge. And it's not just one way. A lot of times I have seen that the youngsters who have come in, because they are not baggaged with saddled with the notions that we have built about a particular challenge. We have seen the youngsters solving it much easily, doing their own research, and we hold this technical exhibition every year, and we have seen them 14, 15 cases which are patent worthy of solving challenges that we were struggling for maybe years together, but because they were not carrying the same kind of cases of failure or experimentation that has not worked. They were working in open spaces. They were able to innovate. So there is a lot of positive from both sides. It's not just that they will learn, but industry also stands to gain using their abilities in the subject. So I think definitely it's an area to work on.
To work on, yes. A long way to go, actually. It's miles to go. Kulwinder, I just want to ask you this question. Is there a reluctance of Indian industries to really invest in curriculum development or even faculty development from the Indian companies, not only in government institutions? Yes, IITs happen, AIMS happen, etc. For example, you might have funded some projects in some of the biotechnology labs which are of repute. But there are more than 3,000 universities, right? So how does this penetrate there? It doesn't have to be only Ivy League institutes of India. It should be anywhere possible. So is there a reluctance? And everywhere we keep hearing about this. In the Europe and the US, the models are very different, whereas in India we keep on aspiring, why not a fellowship, or why not a practicing manager, a practicing professor, why not a chair professor, why not a cell, or why not a lab named after somebody?
See, I won't feel that there is a reluctance. See, what happens is that I think, it's a change management issue, basically, because academia is more than happy than what they are teaching, okay, without understanding that how the overall thing has changed in industry and what industry is...
You're going to invite more trouble now.
No, Because what industry is wanting and what is being taught in colleges. I will tell you, sometime back, about 3 months back, IIM Goa was approaching us for their campus recruitment. And when we talk to them in terms of the academics, what they are teaching, but we find that that's absolutely of no use to us as an industry. How do we use this student? They may be from IIM Goa, but it is not going to help us in any way. Whatever the semesters, whatever teachings they are doing. I think that's where the gap today still exists. What industry is wanting and what we continue to make people or students read in the colleges. There's a huge gap. There's a huge gap. The investment has to be there in colleges in terms of what industry requires practically. How do you, if I'm taking a person today in a, manufacturing, then they should have some labs there, in a small scale prototype, machine should be there, so that you can train people there, and when they go to industry, they are readily available with the industry. Otherwise, who is going to wait and then again train them? We were talking to, Chitkara University in Baddi, because we have a massive plant there in Baddi, and they were asking that how do they put various prototype machines, where students can be taught in the last semester or 6 months. I think that's where, industry and academia need to collaborate and then move forward.
That looks a very interesting model. Deepa, finally, I would require you to just give 1 minute of a response, and afterwards we'll open up forum for about 5-6 questions, maximum 3 questions perhaps. Sorry, I seem to have a number fetish of 3. All right. So, Deepa, the question is very simple. I think in this entire, discussion that we have had, a big elephant in the room is about faculty. Is there a way that the industry can help in improving the faculty development and competence development? And if it is so, how do we convert this into reality? I mean, practical way of doing it.
He's put the most difficult question to me, and I don't think this was ever discussed. I think I have, in terms of my memory from school and college, I have deep respect for the faculty, and I think it's just all about partnership, and empathy is a word which we all use, use and abuse and keep, on and on with it, but is very hard to walk the talk on. So when in this partnership we are able to understand one another's requirements, I guess it's just simply perhaps about that. I don't know what other, as you told her that you give 3 interventions or 2 things which can change. As I said, this is one juncture today where I feel stumped, because I feel the learning is the other way around, and not, as from industry that I have to pass that on, but I have to learn from bottom up. So, which is where maybe the way I'm finding myself startled, when I'm learning for my daughter. So perhaps maybe there is a cue there for faculty when they will be surprised and pleasantly surprised with how children are, would respond, and you may find a lot of cues there. So, thank you.
Thank you. I got a repeated reminder, so I need to wind down my session. And unfortunate, but I'm sure during the break or during coffee time, you can interact with each one of them, and we'll get to know more about what is possible, what you can explore from each one of them. And I am extremely thankful to the panelists, and their rich background has really come out with some of the possibly practical, at the same time innovative way of looking at the interface between technology, academia, and the industry requirements. And the big take-home lesson is that we need to be the big take-home lesson is that we need to have not only the industries to be agile to be absorbing the technological impact, but as academic institutions, we would have to be extremely nimble-footed in order to cope up with not only the technological challenge but also the industry's changing requirement at a rapid pace. With that, I am going to request Dr. Avdesh to conclude this entire discussion that we have had. Over to you, Dr. Avdesh.
Thank you very much, sir. I understand it's extremely difficult to represent academia, especially in the esteemed panelist of the industry. So, the esteemed panelist has discussed about the skill gap and the AI impact on the talent pool. See, generally we talk about the teaching pedagogical changes, assessment and delivery. Almost every second day in almost every forum we are talking about that. But I believe what forum and this panel is suggesting that the entire mindset changing for the Indian education system, especially the private universities or the colleges. From my experience as an education leader in the private industry and transformation, which I see of my college from affiliated college to autonomous college and deemed university. So as an education leader, what I visualize, I can summarize about this panel, about the requirement and concern which has been raised over here. See, now as a academic institutions and university, we have to look as a talent incubation rather than degree awarding the institutions and university. Because once we have identified the problem that how we are going to place our student to pose in the society rightly, then our other processes, academic processes, the curriculum and the delivery part will be correctly understood and we can take a right decision on that. Second, the skill ecosystem. See, I can say from my experience, we have transformed the classical system of class and the labs to the skill development centers. We are inviting industry partners to teach the practical aspect of subject. So I believe more and more this kind of initiative can be taken to take care of the concern raised over here. Third thing, industry partners. See, nowadays every college, every university has a placement cell. Because what we are doing, whatever classical way we are teaching and we are preparing our students and now we are giving those students to the industry. And the concern has been raised by the fellow panelists is absolutely right. Now placement department is pushing for the placement in different industries. I personally believe as a academicians, see, rather than opening a placement cell, we have to open more and more industry partners. That is what we are doing our college. Another thing which I look, which the panel is suggesting that as academicians or as academic institutions, we should be open for disruptive changes and ideas. So I believe on behalf of the academic institution, I can say that we understand our responsibility and we are changing that mindset also. And I request industry also, we are talking a lot of things about the industry partnership and internship. See, if my batch is having 1,000 students are passing out in final year, it is really difficult for me to find out the industry and change the mindset of industry also and the capacity building in industry for adopting those students either second year and third year as interns. So industry and academia both have to think about it. We need more hand-holding from industry. As a private institutions, university, I can say that we are really working on those concerns. And I'm sure that as a professor, I can say AI or no AI. For me, AI is not going to impact the teaching, learning, the ecosystem. I have to, some 40% basic has to be same, but 60% curriculum should not be really rigid. It should be very flexible. Every year almost, whatever industry desired, we have to change this curriculum. What I understood that I have to put from the prospect of Education Institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for a wonderful discussion. During the panel discussion, I would request all the panel members, session chair to kindly come in front for a photograph. Yeah, this. Now I request Dr. Venkatraman and Dr. Pandey to kindly hand over mementos to the panelist, esteemed panelist. Now Dr. Pandey to Mr. Saram. दे दो अतुल उनको दो. Now Dr. Pandey to Dr. Venkatraman. Thank you. So with this, we end the CHRO session. Now we'll be starting the competition finale.